kthministries.org/budget.
If you own a small business and you like The Ramsey Show, then you're going to love the Entree Leadership Podcast. Almost 200,000 listeners tune in every Monday to hear me take calls from real business leaders and give tactical advice based on my 30 years of experience leading. This is not a podcast about business theory. It's real insight from a practitioner. Find it anywhere you listen to podcasts. Or if you're listening on YouTube or Podcast Now, just click the link in the description.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The countdown continues to avoid a government shutdown. The Arizona legislature needs to pass a state budget by Monday in order to avoid one. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live in the News Center with an update.
More optimism in the state Senate today. Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House has no other option but to vote on the Senate budget after Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed both House budgets.
There were two House budgets that only had House input, House approval, House consensus. And then there was a third budget which had governor consensus, Senate consensus, and it also had House consensus on it.
The earliest the Senate budget could be voted on is tomorrow, and Peterson is confident the governor will sign it if it passes. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
In a new letter to the FDA, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is asking federal regulators to help prevent lead contamination in baby food. Mays is asking the FDA to reconsider a 3-year-old petition signed by 20 state attorneys general calling for official guidance on lead contamination and finished product testing. The July 9th deadline for the majority of President Trump's tariffs on foreign imports is around the corner, and so far there are still multiple trade deals that haven't been finalized. At the White House press briefing today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the deadline might be pushed back again.
The deadline is not critical. The president can simply provide these countries with a deal if they refuse to make us one by the deadline, and that means the president can pick a reciprocal tariff rate that he believes is advantageous for the United States and for the American worker.
Senators got a classified briefing today from Trump officials on the impacts of the U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. Democratic Senator Mark Warner says the U.S. operation clearly inflicted damage, but the amount of damage is not yet clear.
It is going to take time to get a final assessment of how much damage.
Today's briefing comes after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defended the strikes and slammed some media coverage claiming the strikes had limited impact. Another tech giant could soon be setting up shop in Arizona. SoftBank's billionaire founder, Masa Son, is reportedly considering a partnership with TSMC to build a $1 trillion AI industrial complex, according to a recent Bloomberg report. While Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden can't comment on any specific details, companies around the globe are looking at Arizona as a place to do business.
These types of projects are being pitched because of what's happening in Arizona, because you have a TSMC, the most important company in the world, making the most advanced chips in the world here in our state. They are an ideal customer for a project like was mentioned in that story.
Seiden says Arizona offers streamlined regulations, reliable energy, and a skilled and growing labor force. Microsoft's blue screen of death error message is going away. But don't worry, there's a replacement.
Microsoft says the widely feared blue screen of death, often seen when Windows computers crash, will itself be passing away. It's part of a larger revamp following last year's CrowdStrike outage. The error message, featuring white text on a blue background, has been around in some form or another for 40 years, since the first Windows release in 1985. Microsoft confirms to The Verge it'll be replaced by a new message in the event of computer trouble, this time on a black background. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And this will all come in Windows 11 updates set to come out later this summer. Let's check traffic. Here's Bill O'Neill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, things looking pretty good around the valley right now. Becky, no major problems out there slowing it down on the main lines. We do have a crash working in Phoenix, though. This is at 34th Street and McDowell Road. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Today's high 107, 79 overnight, 109 tomorrow. And then we start getting back into typical June in the Valley territory. 110, 113 over the weekend. But it's supposed to cool off again next week, so we'll look forward to that. Right now, it is 103 in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
You know, normally I chastise Becky Lynn for her nonsense around telling me that things are going to warm up again because I don't like it. However, today's an anniversary, and so let's think back here. It was 35 years ago. Becky Lynn, you were just a wee lass at that time when temperatures hit 122 degrees.
Yes, I remember. I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you do that? Did you just stay inside?
You know, someone else asked me that the other day. I worked mornings at the time. So I was finished every day, headed for home, 11:30, something like that. So it wasn't 122. So I was inside with the air conditioning blowing, watching and listening to it on the news.
That's a good place to be.
Yeah.
Were there forecasts that it was going to be the hottest day ever out here?
No.
Yeah.
It just happened, as I recall.
Oh, no kidding.
It was like, I don't remember anybody ever saying, "Oh, look out for tomorrow."
Yeah, there was never a heat warning.
No.
There was never no warning about it.
It just cropped
Matter
up.
of fact,
and there
Chris,
it was.
I was a young guy, and we played outside. We were in the swimming pool in the backyard playing like normal. Nobody told us nothing different.
Well, that's because, the kids these days are so soft with their weather warnings and whatnots.
But I think a lot of people did go out and wander around just to see what 122 felt like. And
I think I would have too, just to say I did it.
Yeah, and of course the airport shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have any ratings. The temperature was higher than any of the equipment was rated for. We don't know. At 120,
a plane had never taken off at 120 degrees, and they weren't going to risk it.
They weren't going to risk it. Yeah.
Have they certified that since? Do we know?
Gosh,
or
I
is
don't
it
know.
still too hot?
I don't know.
Oh. I'd hate to get stuck in the airport when it's 122 degrees outside, wondering if you're going to take off that night. Ugh. All right. Well, we are, 18 degrees cooler than that right now? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
104?
Well, that was Buckeye was 103. So.
Okay.
It says commercial jets can't take off in temperatures exceeding a certain reading listed in their performance charts. During heat waves, temperatures can rise above 118 degrees. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't say what the temperature is here.
And by the way, it's
nice.
105 at Sky Harbor right now.
Okay.
So,
all right. Yeah. Still a far cry from 122.
Still a far cry from 122.
Although, have you ever sat on the tarmac at Sky Harbor when it's been that hot? And there's always some doofus that wants to have their window open. Don't do that.
Oh, and let the sunshine in?
Oh, my gosh. Oh. And the vents, they don't really cool off until you get moving it into the air.
Right.
So, I just can't. I just sit there and I just stew in my own filth. It's disgusting. Blech. Blech. I don't like it. I get really whiny. I'm a little like the kids these days. They've got all their warnings and whatnots. And so they get, it's going to be a heat warning. Oh, I have to make sure I have the right sunscreen on. You know what? We had melanoma like the old days. That's how we dealt with things.
Back in the day.
That's how we did things. The kids these days, they don't know how good they have it. Now the kids these days, they get out of college and they start going to work. And they start applying for jobs. And they hit their LinkedIns or their Zip recruiters or whatever they're doing. And somebody calls them up and they say, "Hey, listen, we ran across your resume and we think you might be a good fit." And that's when Gen Z starts negotiating. I was shocked to see what Gen Z's requiring now from their new employers.
What are they asking for?
They want a fun room.
A fun room?
I want a fun room. I want a fun room.
Doesn't that sound like fun?
What do you think you are, Gen Z, Becky Lynn? You don't get a fun room.
Fun room? We need one.
We actually did have a fun room here at work. Just nobody was using the fun.
We used to have a
right?
complete workout room where I worked.
No, we had a room here at KTAR and Arizona Sports with a ping pong table, a foosball table, and
You did?
It largely went unused.
I think I remember that. Yeah, it was, but it wasn't like right in the middle of all of the hubbub, so that's why it didn't get used. You had to go to it.
Yeah, imagine that. We didn't put the ping pong table and the foosball right in the middle of the newsroom.
They did that at a station I worked at that shall not be named.
Mm-hmm.
They brought in a ping pong table, and they put it right in the middle of the sales pit. And
How'd that
I don't
go?
think that was a very good idea.
Oh.
Well, I mean, when it first went in, people were having fun, and management was like, yay, it's fun. But then as people tried to actually do work, you didn't want somebody, behind you. You didn't want that going on all day long. So Gen Zers, they say they want a fun room with games like ping pong, like you're talking about, other recreational activities. They say that is essential to their work environment. 1 in 5 would not even consider a position if the company offices are not pet friendly. So, are we pet friendly? Can we bring dogs in?
There have been
Frowned
dogs. There are people who have brought dogs in at certain times. Former employee or a person who worked here brought his iguanas in one day.
Okay, but an iguana doesn't go around and hack up fur balls on people.
I don't know what iguanas do. I've never owned them. They went around in a little wagon. But yeah, no, somebody brought their dogs in a handful of times. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would not say we're pet friendly. We don't have pets in the office routinely.
We did a take your dog to work day at a radio station I worked at one time. And
did that end well?
We had to clear it with the station manager, and he said that's fine, but the first accident that happens, that's it. We're all done. We're never doing it again. So you know me. I went and got one of those little plastic fake dog turds.
I was going to say, yeah. Did you go and have an accident?
Yeah. I went and put it in his office.
It sounds like something you would do.
He was a pretty decent boss. I mean, pretty okay guy. And so he was like, okay, that's funny, but also don't ever do that again. How about free snacks? Oh, this is for you, Joe. This is the most Joe Gen Z thing.
Good news.
1/3 of what?
I said go ahead.
1/3 of Gen Zers expect free snackies and free lunches in the workplace more than any of their older coworkers.
Okay, first off, I do not expect free lunches or snacks. But let me explain. When the snacks disappear, I do ask questions. And the snacks showed back up a couple days ago. I asked questions, though. Yeah. And I also made it very clear, if the snacks weren't going to come back, I would go out and get snacks and bring them for everybody else, because who doesn't like a nice little treat?
Okay. All right. I'll give you that, but I'm old enough to remember, and Pablo, I think you remember the old days, too. I think it was about 3 weeks ago. That for those that are unfamiliar, Jim Sharp in the morning is a heck of a nice guy, and he tends to bring in donuts on Friday. Well, Jim had a Friday off, and there were no donuts.
I think he had his surgery. Wuss.
I don't think I've ever seen Joe so frustrated.
Did you see him that morning, Chris?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
It was the hangriest I've ever seen him.
Hey, when Sharp...
Where's my donuts?
The donut, week after week after week.
I expect my donuts.
It's a Jonut, thank you.
You get here so late, there's not even a good selection for you.
There is. There's the one that I like is always there. It's like a total...
The one that nobody likes. That's the one that's
gut
always
bomb.
there.
It's like a brick.
Hey, get this, though. When it comes to, perks at work, there's some things that I think we kind of expect, right? Okay, so here are the musts for most people, regardless of generation.
Number one, donuts.
No. You got to get paid overtime. In other words, nobody wants to work for free extra hours. I was surprised to see only 3/4 of people say that that's a deal breaker, which means 25% of people are willing to work for free to do overtime.
Well, you and I technically have to do that.
If you're salary, yeah, I guess. Paid sick leave, same number. 75% of people say they have to have paid sick leave.
Wow.
Again, if you full time, yeah, it does to me too. If you're full time, don't you just that's a perk you have to have?
Yeah.
Most labor laws require that. Full time, you got to have health insurance. Got to have some sort of a health insurance package. 2/3 of people say they want to have a 401k or they're not going to go work for that company. I kind of agree with that. If I'm full-time, I better have a 401k, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even if there's no employee match, I've worked at a number of places where, you go through a tough period, and then they suspend the employee match for a little while, and they go, look, when we get out of this rough patch, then we'll bring it back. And they do. Whenever they decide that they've hit their margins and they've paid their shareholders, then all of a sudden they go, all right, well, we'll go back to that employee match. Dental packages, vision care, those are the ones that are also more than 50% of people believe that they have to have those. Dropping down to some of the things that I think are most people believe are less important but still want to have this. A quarter of all people want to have a casual office dress code, or they won't go work for that company. Pablo, I think you and I are in that boat, right?
Wait, the office dress code?
Yeah, I mean, Joe's pretty snazzy. He wears a suit coat every day, so he's okay. I don't know that his suit coats would fit muster if he had to work somewhere else. I don't think they'd let you. I don't think they'd let you wear your Diana Ross suit coat to work every day.
I could get more professional ones. I've got a mixture of flamboyant and boring.
There is one perk that surprises me more people don't demand. Somewhat, they want flexible working hours. Some people want paid maternity or paternity leave, whatever that is. But the one that surprised me is only 1/3 of people say that they have to have free parking or discounted commuting costs. If you worked at a place where you had to pay to park there every day, wouldn't that be something that would kind of make you double clutch as to whether or not you wanted to work for that company?
Definitely. There was a place I worked out here in the Valley for a while where we couldn't park on the premises. We had to park about a quarter of a mile away to get to work, and that was not the most fun.
Did you walk or they shuttle?
We had to walk, but at least I didn't have to pay. If I had to pay, I would have been saying, hey, where do I get the stamp to make this free? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. You had to walk even during, like, monsoons?
Yeah. Yeah, and it was not covered as well.
Forget that.
Yeah, outside, not covered. Mm-hmm.
I had an old car. I kept parking underneath trees, hoping a monsoon would knock the tree down on it, and I'd get an insurance payout. It never happened.
I was with you, too, with my old truck. I'm like, please let somebody wreck me. Please let
somebody. Right? Yeah. I just saddled right up. I was so bummed I came out one time, a tree fell down on somebody else's car. I was like, oh!
A crash happened right next to me, too. I'm like,
oh, so close. All right. Our why today, why is it young workers think that their non-work related demands like fun rooms, or there's even one that says that they have to have nap time? Nap time. They expect nap time at work. Why is it young workers think their non-work related demands are reasonable? That's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
2:16, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona could have a bipartisan budget passed for 2026 before a potential government shutdown on Monday. Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Senate budget, which was negotiated with the governor, could be voted on as soon as tomorrow.
We sent over a budget to them that has just been sitting in their chamber. We passed out both of their budgets. They've been vetoed. Now they're taking our budget up. They first read it yesterday.
And Friday's the earliest the Senate budget can be passed because state law requires 3 days from a bill's first reading to when it's voted on. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Today, we're looking for a high to hit 107, and we're already up to 105 in Phoenix. It's going to be a little warmer than that over the weekend. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Nearly 1 in 6 Americans under the age of 28 won't even consider taking a job unless there's a designated nap space at the office. And to go with that, 20% of Gen Zers say they have to have a fun room, complete with games like ping pong and other recreational activities. That is essential to their work environment. And more than any other generation, Gen Z also says the offices need to be pet-friendly. So, again, 20% say it has to be a pet-friendly office. Why? Why is it that young workers think their non-work-related demands are so reasonable? And I had some thoughts on this. As I started working through the story, I thought more and more, I think there's a lot of reasons that we see this. Part of what I think happens with us in the older generations, we go, well, this is the way it is, and anybody that wants it differently, how dare they? And if we look, this has been trending this way for far longer than Gen Z has been in the workforce. I made mention of the place where I worked in the past that brought in a ping pong table and they put it in the sales pit. That was like 10 years ago. Well, Gen Z was only 18 10 years ago. The oldest Gen Zs were only 18. So this is something that has been going on for a while. You've probably heard about some of the tech spaces in the Bay Area where, like, for instance, Google would have, they got rid of desks and they brought in beanbag chairs, or they would have this commissary where you could go in and you could have any foods you wanted. You probably heard all these stories about these places, and it was all to try to lure in the best young programmers that they could find. These are the things programmers wanted. They didn't worry so much about hours. They gave very flexible work schedules. As long as the work got done, the company wasn't necessarily worried about how they were getting the work done. I think some of us older generations are more accustomed. I run into this conversation with my father all the time. He's a boomer. And he says, well, it used to be you go in and you punch the clock and you would work for 8 hours.
You had to go uphill both ways to get there, too.
That's what he did, yeah.
And go home, yeah.
Yeah. Even when there was no snow.
Right.
They found snow. They trucked snow in so they could do that, yeah. And I think more and more about this, and I think it is simply a shift in not just the way that what the workers demand, but also in what the employers look at as far as expectations. No longer are we in a factory type environment where you go in, you punch the clock, and you're going to make widgets for 8 hours. Now, companies say, what do we want to accomplish by the end of the day, the end of the week, the end of the month, the end of the year? And as long as you're on track with those goals, they don't worry so much about what you're doing to get there. It gives a bit more autonomy to the workers, but it also puts more responsibility on the workers to get that done. When it comes to Gen Z, they came up in a very peculiar time. Remember, you're talking about 28-year-olds, which means that they were graduating college right as the pandemic hit. So many of these 28-year-olds were getting into the workforce, and with the exception of a quick dip in the economy right when the pandemic began, we actually saw the economy do pretty well. And we saw people work on these work-from-home platforms, especially in the tech industry, especially with college grads. They were able to work from home, which meant that they had more lax norms at home. They were able to wear their pajamas to work. As long as they look good on camera, they can wear the pajamas. Same thing goes for us, incidentally. We have cameras in the studio, and we always make sure that we look good from the shirt up, right? But truth be told, here, I'm going to throw this up on the camera, Joe. Look, I'm wearing my big old work boots to work today, my dirty old jeans.
You know, I wear shorts a lot of times. At least
I know you do.
They're workplace shorts. Today I'm rocking some snazzy silver pants.
The snazzy silver pants always work for me.
You see those?
That's very good.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to Gen Z, it was never, I get out of college, now I have to put on my suit and tie and go to work. In fact, we haven't had a suit and tie society since, the 1970s at the latest? All of a sudden, we started seeing business casual become the norm. And business casual has turned more into casual. And so I think a lot of the Gen Z workforce goes, who cares what I'm wearing if I'm getting your work done? Do your shareholders care whether or not I'm wearing a collared shirt? Or do your shareholders care whether or not they're getting returns on their investments?
Oh, they care about the latter for sure.
So I think it gives Gen Z the opportunity to say, there are other things more important. Don't worry about what I'm wearing. I want to be comfortable. And the other thing, too, is that when we have these surveys that talk about what Gen Z demands, I don't think it's unreasonable if you can get it. Think art of the deal, right? What does Trump always? Trump always asks for something outrageous so that when you back down to something that previously would have been thought of as too much, now all of a sudden that looks like it's a steal, right? So you ask for the sun and the stars and you settle for a planet because that's still better than just the moon. Right? I want the sun and I want the Andromeda galaxy. They go, well, the best we can do is Jupiter. And you go, okay, fine, I'll take Jupiter. Initially, you were only going to ask for the moon. All right? And I think expectations in some cases are set too high for Gen Z. So they come in asking for things because they expect these things. And I think that's also common with every generation. And again, I'll go back to conversations I've had with my father. I remember hearing about this when I was younger. I'd hear the kids these days, they graduate college and they just expect to start making $40,000. And more recently, it's the same thing. The kids these days, they think they can walk off campus and into an $80,000 job.
They might be able to.
Well, they might. They might not.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what they think versus what the reality is are two different things. And I think in many cases, you've got a younger generation that is accustomed to mom and dad or student loans paying for everything. And so now all of a sudden they're on their own and they expect somebody else is going to give them snackies because that's how it's always been. Unless they're working with Jim Sharp, they're not getting their free Friday donuts, Joe.
Yeah, or sometimes Sharp takes a Friday off, and then what?
Unbelievable. Thoughts and prayers, Joe.
Thank you.
Thoughts and prayers.
Thank you.
But the truth is, they're going to learn. Like previous generations, they're going to learn. There's one other thing that I think really sets Gen Z apart from some of the older generations that makes them more willing to negotiate what we look at as being frivolous asks. I'll tell you what that is here in just a few moments. And Bankrate is out, and they're saying that there's a 3 out of 4 chance that you don't think of yourself as financially secure. Shockingly, it's the kids these days, it's not the kids these days that say that they actually need to make more money. You're going to find out who says they're hurting the most next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. One thing you may not know is they offer lawn care and turf management, regular mowing, fertilizing, weed control, eco-friendly methods, and the best service in the industry. Plant and tree care, everything for your outdoor space. Irrigation system monitoring and repair if necessary, and pest and disease control. Just go to their website, creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the customer service. You're going to love the results. Do it now. creativeenvironments.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their student and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I've known about it for years, but now I want you to experience the Midwestern difference for your family's vision care with adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye care, and ophthalmology services. Midwestern University Eye Institute's in Glendale on 59th Avenue, just off the 101. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for health care.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. In a televised address to his nation, Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei claimed to have hit back on the U.S. after President Trump ordered strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Tel Aviv with more on the Supreme Leader's message.
He's claiming victory over Israel and the United States, even claiming that Iran's missiles destroyed a U.S. base in Qatar. The U.S. and Qatar, of course, dispute that. U.S. officials say Qatar intercepted all of the missiles that were fired that night, and there were no reports of casualties or damage.
The Tucson Police Department says a man wanted for sexually abusing 4 children in the 1980s has been found overseas. Daniel Brewster fled Arizona after posting bail in 1992 and has been living in Ukraine under a false identity. Brewster, a former Tucson daycare worker, was found guilty of 15 counts of child molestation in 1992 for abuse he inflicted on 4 child victims under his care. Tempe's new red light camera is catching thousands of violations in just a few weeks.
Tempe Police Department has reported over 2,200 traffic violations from red light cameras that were installed this month. From June 6th through the 20th, the new cameras caught 90 drivers running red lights and over 1,300 drivers speeding. Over 7,700 photos are still under review, with each violation carrying a $250 fine. A Tempe spokesperson said that the police department is verifying every violation before a complaint is filed. Patrick Uglini, KTAR News.
Emotional about something, we not sure, but they were all huddled around second base.
Tears just streaming down his eyes right now.
A 22-year-old baseball fan is now banned indefinitely from all 30 major league stadiums after allegedly shouting hurtful comments about D-backs second baseman Ketel Marte's mother, who died in a car crash in 2017. After D-backs manager Torey Lovello had the fan ejected from Tuesday's game, he went out to the field to comfort Marte.
I've known Ketel for 9 years, and he's had some unbelievably great moments and some really, really tough moments in his life, and I know those. And at the end of the day, we're human beings, and we have emotions, and I saw him hurting, and I want to protect him.
The White Sox have apologized for the incident, even posting a message of support for Marte on the video board during yesterday's game. Let's check on our roads right now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Traffic slow in all the usual places at this hour, but there is one thing, a wreck that just cleared. This was with a pedestrian at 19th Avenue and Peoria. Traffic's still just a little bit slow in that intersection. Traffic right now brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Today's high should be 107. Overnight low right around 79 and climbing to 109 on Friday, but it gets a little hotter from there over the weekend. We actually have an excessive heat warning because we could get up to 113, 114 Sunday and Monday. Should back off a little bit, though, first part of the week. 104 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Heisinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
And as you may or may not know, you'll be able to watch the show on YouTube. Watch and listen to the show live. You'll also be able to find exclusive interviews and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. So, a new survey came out, and it was showing that a number of young people are asking for some off-the-wall things before they accept new jobs.
Some office entitlements.
Yeah, 1 in 6 Americans under the age of 28 wouldn't even consider taking a job unless there's a designated nap space in the office.
Good for them, man.
Yeah, because they can, right? I mean, you might as well ask. It doesn't hurt to ask.
I think that, and I also think you were hinting on this too. If that's what they want, that might be what their employer has to do to get the younger, talented generation in there in some cases. And if we go through a recession, maybe some of those things go away and they don't get their nap room. But
that's the
to me, it's
that's
all
the
about
point I wanted to make.
To me, it's all about a push and pull. We talk about that all the time, don't we, Chris? It's like a tug of war. Sometimes the employer has the leverage. Sometimes the employee has the leverage, and it's all about the give and take.
Could not agree more. And I think you hit it. You hit the nail on the head when you talked about the if we hit a recession. So think about Gen Z. To Gen Z, unemployment has always been really low, right? It has been a worker's market. Those of us that are a little bit older, we've been through recessions, including the great one, right? Those change our perspectives. So you got young workers, and a job is an entitlement. I went to college, now I get a job. To older workers, a job is kind of a gift that could be taken away at any moment. And I had to learn this the hard way. And then suddenly I found that every employer wanted to get rid of me. Right now, we are in what economists call a no hire, no fire economy. So it'll be really interesting to see how this generation feels about these workplace perks and how important it is to have a pet-friendly workplace or their designated fun zone after they go through a significant economic downturn. And they might find out sooner rather than later. We have a story coming up at 2:45 that we're going to talk about cutting spending. And the story of one Gen Zer is starting to come to terms with this reality. It is this young woman, I think she identifies as a woman. I don't know, kids these days. Shita Verma is her name. She moved from her parents' house to an apartment in San Francisco 6 months ago, which you know, Joe, is very expensive. Armed with a list of more than 200 bars and restaurants that she wanted to try, she's been to fewer than 10 because cocktails there start at $20. And even when she's willing to splurge, she can't count on finding a friend to go with her because everybody else is cutting back. After getting laid off and spending most of her last year job hunting, she was thrilled about her new startup marketing gig, which pays around 6 figures, but her salary doesn't go as far as she expected, and she worries about the possibility of losing her job again. Most of her friends are similarly fearful or a part of the rising ranks of the unemployed. They are worried about all of that. It is interesting that she's making 6 figures and says, well, that doesn't go as far as I thought.
Not in San Francisco, no.
Well, does it go that far? Like my son has this, my son makes pretty good money, and he keeps getting new certifications, right? He's an IT guy. He's an IT security specialist, right? Okay. And he keeps getting new security certifications and whatnot. Yeah. And I'm so proud of him. And there's nothing that makes a parent happier than hear the joy in his voice when he says, I just got this certification, I just got that certification, I just got moved over to this department in my work, they're going to let me start doing these things. And I'm so excited. I'm so happy for him. I'm so full of pride when he shares his excitement about these accomplishments.
Okay.
But he keeps telling me, he goes, and then maybe I'll make that $100,000. Man, if I could make that $100,000, that $100,000. In his mind, $100,000 that's the key.
Okay.
But $100,000 in 2020 is the same as $124,000 today. So for him to say $100,000, his goal isn't keeping up with inflation, right? If you haven't had a raise since 2020, you're losing. I mean, you've lost a quarter of your buying power. Oh, Joe, you should just be happy that you're working for $26,000 a year.
Well,
oh, Joe.
Yeah, you talk about the Great Recession, and I didn't have fear making it through the Great Recession. I was pretty new here at KTAR, but I didn't have fear that I would lose my job. But the reality was we were not getting salary increases each year for a couple years. And then in recent years, we were getting increases pretty much every single year. And, you know, this past year wasn't so great. And there were some people who didn't get raises, and it was a big shock to them. And you talk about perks on the job, a salary increase, a bonus. Those I certainly think are some of them, and some people come to expect them. And when you don't get them, I would sit down with some of my employees at times over the years who would be unhappy with how things were going. And I would have what I came to feel like was not a tough talk, but they took it as a tough talk the first time for sure. When I would tell them, like, hey, I'm going to be real frank with you. If you're not happy here, this is what the company's going to do. And if you're not happy, you might want to look for another gig. And eventually, at times, some would stick it out and say, hey, I really appreciated that. Others would leave, and they would also say, hey, I really appreciated that you did that. And just because I feel like they put all the onus on the company and they don't put it on themselves. But then at times once they leave, I think they almost feel liberated. Like, hey, there is something out there for me, or at least I can go and see if the grass is greener.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Fair. Yeah. So if $100,000 isn't that mark, right? The six figures is not that mark.
Yeah.
What is the mark? And believe it or not, Gen Xers are the ones who need the most in order to feel financially secure. A third of Gen Xers say they have to make $150,000 or more to feel financially secure and comfortable. Only a quarter of baby boomers, a quarter of millennials, and only 1 out of 5 Gen Z $1,000. So it's Gen X that actually is feeling the most nervous right now. In fact, more than a third of Gen Xers say they would have to make $1 million or more to feel rich or financially free, whereas only a quarter of baby boomers, a quarter of millennials, and again, 1 in 5 Gen Zers say $1 million or more. For most Americans, they say they got to make $200,000 or more to feel rich or financially free. 40% say they have to make $500,000 or more.
That $150K
across generations
that you're talking about for right now, though, to be able to live comfortably.
That's comfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
How soon before that's $200K? 2 years, maybe?
Well, and again, this is where, for some people, it already is. They're already feeling like they have to get to that number.
It's jumping up quick. I remember when I first entered the working world, and it was like, hey, if I could clear $1,000 a check every 2 weeks, I would really feel like I made it.
Oh, Joe.
And then...
Why do you ask for more than that now?
I know. It's so foolish.
Oh,
and
Joe.
I finally cleared that bar, and then I was like, you know what? Now I want to do better. Now I want to try to get to 2. And I just want to keep going up. And
why do you think Gen X feels like they need so much more than even millennials and Gen Z? I mean, I look at Gen Z and I think we hear about Gen Z and all their spending habits and how much they want. And we just did a segment on the things that they require from their employers. And yet money isn't the thing that they require. But for Gen X, more than any other generation it is, why does Gen X feel like they need so much more?
Oh, because they foolishly had so many kids. So
No.
they have to provide for them.
As a Gen Xer, I feel like we want to do better than the generation than our parents. So we're striving harder, in my opinion, as a Gen Xer. That's why I do it. I want to have a better life than my mom had.
But I think
and so I want to work harder and do whatever it takes to do that, in my opinion.
I
Chris.
agree with you. I think that's part of it, Pablo, but I also think they have kids. They have families to provide for, and millennials and for sure Gen Z in many cases don't have as big of, or in many cases they don't have a family at all. So they only have to provide for themselves.
I know, but Gen Xers, their kids are almost they're out of the house now.
They are.
But their kids may not have launched yet. They may still have to provide for the kids.
Yeah, there's some of that. I suppose.
What do you think it is?
I think it's fear. I mean, Gen X was raised in the most consumer-centered generation.
Well, that's you guys when we're talking Gen X.
That's Pablo and I, right?
Yeah.
And everything was about consuming, right? I mean, Madonna was a material girl. Everything was the material world, right? Everything was about accumulating stuff and then accumulating wealth. I think it's sort of ingrained in us that we have to have these things. And then we also grew up hearing Social Security is not going to be there for you.
Yep.
Social Security is not going to be there for you.
Yeah.
You're not going to, nobody's going to take care of you. You have to have this massive safety net you develop on your own or else, right?
So that's what we kept hearing. The list of demands is just ever growing as Gen X kind of sees it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Living comfortably might mean that you have to start cutting back. Come to find out, the same generation that insists on napping at work and free snacks in the break room is also the one that is better at cutting out wasteful spending. What the kids these days are willing to go without, that is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunkers sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. KTAR eyes on the economy. Tech giant SoftBank's billionaire founder Masa Son is reportedly considering a partnership with TSMC to build a $1 trillion AI industrial complex. Now, this is according to a recent Bloomberg report. Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden says companies around the globe have Arizona as part of their plans because of the state's attractive business environment. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. We're expecting our high temp today to be 107 degrees, then 79 overnight and 109 tomorrow before we warm up over the weekend. Right now, checking the temp in Cave Creek, it's 102. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, He also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months. Plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Happy Thursday, and what does a state government shutdown even look like? And is this all just part of the show to take it down to the wire? We're on it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Oh, the kids these days. Oh, the kids these days, they want these jobs where they get to show up and have a nap room and a playroom as well. I mean, at least that's what they're asking for. Pet-friendly work environments and other perks. They're not always getting it. And after this Gen Z goes through a bit of a recession, maybe they will adjust their demands before taking a new job. In the meantime, we're all just left.
I'm taking what they're giving 'cause I'm working for a living.
But in the meantime, we are all cutting back because we're not making that six-figure salary. And if we're not making the six-figure salary, that means we don't have six figures to be spending on things. And you know who's even better about cutting back than Gen Xers who say they have to have more than any other generation? Gen X says they have to make $150,000. Gen X says in order to be rich, you have to make $1 million or more. Other generations, they don't set their goals quite as high. And yet, it's the other generations that are better at cutting back. Young Gen Z are cutting back better than any other generation right now.
The kids these days?
The kids these days.
Oh,
I was surprised to see it.
They say that saving money has become kind of cool. Credit to them. And they've cut all over the place. Over 10% on clothing, almost 20% on accessories, 15% on technology, and almost 20% on small appliances, too. They're slashing left and right.
They really are. While the other generations are actually spending more on the things you just listed, it is the young Gen Zs that are cutting back on their expenditures, which, as much as we complain about the kids these days, what do they say, 13%, I think they said, overall spending, discretionary spending for the younger generation,
Mm-hmm.
It's having an impact on the economy. So we love to complain about the younger generations and the frivolous things they spend their money on, the video games, and now they have to have all of their smart appliances, and they got to have all the latest beauty products. Well, now they're cutting back on those things, and then you've got people who've been making money on it all along that are going, what's going on? This is ruining us.
Yeah, you've just think about manicures, things like that. You've got Gen Z who used to go in and get their $85 manicure.
Whew.
Now they decide to roll into Target and get some press-on nails for $20 and call it a day.
The biggest category where they've reduced spending, the youngest of the Gen Zs, is video games. Cut back on that about 24%. And I thought, are they losing interest in video games? Is it that they're evaluating finances and they go, that's the easiest one to cut? I can do something. I can watch YouTube. I can read a book. Is it that there are other options for their attention? So while they might not be playing video games, they're surfing social media instead, for instance.
Could I throw?
Or is it just that video games, that generation was spending the most on video games? It was the one that was going to be able to cut back the easiest. And so when we see the cutbacks the most from that generation, it makes sense that's the generation using it the most.
Or what about this possibly, too? Has a certain game, whatever their game du jour is, gotten so immersive that they've decided, you know what, I can just play this one game and really get into it, as opposed to needing 5 or 6 or a dozen different games?
So they might be spending more on one game, but they're spending less overall because they're only buying stuff for that one game.
Yeah.
The add-ons, the packs, the other things that go into those games. That's entirely possible, too. It is interesting to see that they're cutting back on the technology, though. So that means that they're not spending as much on computers and cell phones and all the other stuff, video game consoles. That is interesting to me. One of the things that I've seen, Pablo, you probably back me up on this. In the 90s and the early 2000s, we had to have that Dolby surround sound, 5-channel, 3-subwoofer system with all the different satellite speakers and everything else, right? And now you can get a pretty decent sound bar that pretty well replicates that for a few $100. So we used to be spending on this massive THX certified receiver and speakers. I put in a sound system at my house one time. I think I spent about $2,000 on it. My wife wasn't happy.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And now I use a sound bar I paid $200 for.
Huh.
So makes it a lot easier, I suppose. You can spend less because technology really keeps coming down in price. Hey, watching your wallet, more anecdotal evidence of your trip to your favorite big box retailer jacking prices. We'll be able to talk about that in a little bit. And there is a new lawsuit around one of the most watched stories over the last 2 years. You're going to find out who Preston Lord's parents are suing. Next, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Chris was just talking about spending coming down a little bit. Certainly has for me. I went through at least 3 or 4 pairs of orthotics over the years from my feet. Just had aching feet, had plantar fasciitis in my feet. I'd go and see the podiatrist, and they'd say, well, it's time for a new pair of orthotics. Need to get you rescanned, need to get you remeasured. So I went and saw the Good Feet store, and I checked out their personalized arch supports. They're totally different. They're not the same thing as orthotics. These personalized arch supports that I have, they are great, though. Don't have to go in and get, rescanned, refitted. Don't have to go through the process every single year. Oh, and my feet, they've never felt better. The plantar fasciitis that I dealt with, that stinging, nagging pain in the back of my heels when I'd first wake up in the morning, it's all gone. Go to the Good Feet store right now and book your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com or walk into any of their 5 convenient Valley stores in Gilbert, Glendale, Goodyear, Scottsdale, or Ahwatukee. And I can't recommend this strongly enough. If you've got any kind of leg, knee, ankle, foot, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. My orthotics never did that for me. It's summer right now, and it's the hottest time of the year. It's also the best time to take care of your body and make sure you're doing everything you can to feel your best. Fuel your summer fun one comfortable step at a time thanks to Good Feet. It doesn't really matter if you want to feel better when you're at work and on your feet, or if you're training for a big run or something like that you might have coming up this fall, or anything in between. Get to goodfeet.com, book your free personalized arch support fitting today, because sun-soaked days deserve pain-free walks thanks to the Good Feet store. Go to goodfeet.com. Good feet, good life.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 and 4.75% with $1,776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Home prices are still very high. Interest rates are wild. So be honest, you're probably staying put for a while. Why not make your home that you're in your dream home with new windows from Advanced Window Products? Hi, Chris Merrill. And in the heat of Arizona, nothing takes a bigger beating or affects your energy bills more than your windows. Replace those contractor-grade windows with brand-new, custom-made Cardinal glass windows straight from the factory and really make your home the envy of the block. And you might even qualify for some energy rebates. When you buy directly from the manufacturer, you save, plain and simple. Advanced Windows pairs incredibly low prices with a lifetime guarantee on all the labor, the parts, and the glass. And right now, you're going to save $2,500 when you order up 10 beautiful custom windows. Let's see the other guys beat that. Call them at 480-764-2002. That's 480-764-2002. Or do like I like to do and check them out online. Read the reviews. Visit advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona could have a bipartisan budget passed for 2026 before a potential government shutdown on Monday. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the latest.
Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Senate budget, which was negotiated with the governor, could be voted on by the House as soon as tomorrow.
We sent over a budget to them that has just been sitting in their chamber. We passed out both of their budgets. They've been vetoed. Now they're taking our budget up. They first read it yesterday.
Friday is the earliest the Senate budget can be passed because state law requires 3 days from a bill's first reading to when it's voted on. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is urging the FDA to do more to protect kids from lead contamination in baby food. In her letter to the FDA and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Mays says it's inexcusable the agency hasn't acted on a 3-year-old petition to issue safety guidelines for finished product testing. Now, this week was the first meeting of a CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee, and it's been closely watched since Health Secretary RFK Jr. appointed his own members to the panel, including some vaccine skeptics. The committee is recommending that kids, adults, and pregnant women should only get a flu shot without a preservative called thimerosal that's found in 4% of vaccines. ABC News Medical Unit Coordinating Producer Sony Salzman has more.
Thimerosal, despite some controversy decades ago, it has been studied extensively and it's considered safe. So the real reason that this is controversial is because thimerosal has been an anti-vaccine talking point. So the fact that this was raised at all at this prestigious and highly watched CDC panel has many medical groups alarmed.
A potential $1 trillion AI complex could be coming to Arizona after Bloomberg reports the Tokyo-based tech investment company SoftBank has plans to partner with TSMC. Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden couldn't comment directly on the plans, but says the news shows how we've become an attractive destination for big business.
These types of conversations are happening. They're happening at the federal level, they're happening at the state level, and they're happening around the world right now. That's how interested people are in investing in our state.
Seiden says Arizona offers streamlined regulations, reliable energy, and a skilled and growing labor force. It's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, and it's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 26th, and back on this day in 1974, a pack of chewing gum became the first item to be ever scanned with the UPC barcode. It happened at a supermarket in Troy, Ohio. It was a pack of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit chewing gum. It was the result of years of scientific experimentation and industry cooperation. The first version of a barcode was in the sand on Miami Beach in 1949. It was a pattern of thick and thin lines arranged in concentric circles, readable by a scanner from any angle. It was a design inspired by Morse code. The invention of the laser in 1960 created new possibilities for scanning technology. At that same time, computers became smaller and more affordable. Since then, it has become arguably the most pervasive technology of the retail shopping experience. The UPC barcode would go on to be used well beyond the grocery checkout counter, with billions of barcodes scanned daily, and it all started back on this day in 1974.
Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We have spots of usual slowing right now on the Valley freeways, like the 202 westbound where it meets the 10 and the 51. There's also a wreck reported at 15th Avenue in Northern, and that's probably not the biggest event in the world right now, but it's slowing things down at 15th and Northern. And also, there's a couple different spots of slowing on Northern, too, at 19th Ave and 17th Ave. So if there's any way you can avoid the area, you'll probably have a better time. And we just got a report of a wreck in at 83rd Avenue and Indian School Road. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, we'll see a low around 79, and tomorrow's high creeping up to 109 and 110 by Saturday. 113 on Sunday. We do have an excessive heat warning in effect over the weekend, but should cool off a little bit next week. In Chandler right now, 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It was October of 2023 that Preston Lord went to a house party in Queen Creek, and he never came home. He was beaten to death, allegedly by a group of 7 people associated with the Gilbert Goons, a hybrid street gang. 7 of those have been arrested. One of them has pled guilty. Others are not, taking a plea deal as of now. Now the parents of Preston Lord are filing a new wrongful death lawsuit against the parents of one of those accused of his murder, Jacob Meisner. His parents, they say, failed to control their son. Meisner was one of the 7 involved in the gang-style attack and involved in 3 other attacks before the one on Preston Lord in October of 2023. So they say that the Meisner parents were negligent and knew or should have known of their son's propensity to engage in violence and inflict physical harm upon others. Barry Markson is our KTAR News legal analyst, and Barry joins us right now. Barry, this is the second lawsuit I think that the Lords have filed. What is the threshold for them as far as trying to show culpability on the parts of a kid's parents, and how much control should a kid's parents have over their child?
Well, I mean, from a legal perspective, parents do have control, or are responsible for the acts of their child in many respects. There's actually a statute in Arizona that places parents, says legally parents are responsible for the actions of their child, but if you bring a claim under that statute, your damages are capped at $10,000. That's not what was used here. The argument here is that this goon's parents knew or should have known that he was dangerous, that he was doing dangerous things, and that it's their responsibility, and that this was not the first time this had happened. In fact, it's at, I think, a minimum, this is the 3rd or 4th time this had happened, something where he had been violent and beat someone and injured someone. So the argument is that they have their own independent negligence of their son, and therefore are financially, in a civil lawsuit, liable to Preston Lord's family.
KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson with us right now. So, Barry, can you draw the line for where it is on this? You've said Arizona law says that parents are responsible for their child until they turn 18 years old. But what are you responsible for in terms of being a parent that you can't have eyes on your kid at all hours of the day, and we don't see all kinds of parents out there getting sued when their kid goes off to school and gets in a fight or gets in a couple fights. What makes this situation? Obviously, we have the death of an individual that makes it somewhat unique. Are there other characteristics though that have these parents getting civilly sued, whereas others aren't?
It's a good question, Joe, and you're right. We don't see this very often. The biggest thing here is, number one, you're right. This is a murder. It's obviously a very large amount of damages in a wrongful death suit, but also that there's evidence that Meisner, the Gilbert Goon Meisner, that he had participated in these activities before. There's video evidence of him hitting and beating two other kids. There's evidence of him being present at a third one at least, and that's there may be more than that. So the argument here is that the parents knew or should have known that their son was dangerous, that he was harming people, and yet they did nothing to stop him. Now, I'm going to guess that the parents' argument is we didn't know. We didn't have actual notice of this. We weren't looking at their social media or his social media. We didn't see these videos. We didn't know this was happening. And Joe, as you correctly pointed out, parents don't know everything that their kids do when they're in high school. And I mean, I have two kids, beyond high school now, and I will tell you, I'm sure things happen that I wasn't aware of. But their argument is that they knew or they should have known at least, and that type of notice where you should have known can be enough to hold you liable. So it's a somewhat unique claim, but I do think it's one that is brought based in law and very well could be successful against these parents.
Barry Marks, there's our KTAR legal analyst. He joins us as we find out that the parents of Preston Lord are suing the parents of one of his alleged murderers for wrongful death, saying that they should have, as Barry just pointed out, that they should have known that their son was a cretin of sorts. They didn't know, Barry, and one of the things I wonder if they're going to lean on is that the Gilbert police didn't know either. In fact, the assaults that happened prior to Preston Lord's assault, those weren't even brought to the police attention until 2024, after 2 or 3 months after Preston Lord had been murdered. We've been very critical of the Gilbert police and them blaming victims for not saying, well, you didn't say it was a Gilbert Goons attack, so how are we supposed to know? So if the Gilbert police don't know that these kids are doing this, what is the expectation then that the parents could possibly have any idea?
Again, good question, Chris. And it's look, arguably the parents should have more information, right? I mean, their son lived in their house. They should have, arguably, you can discuss this. Do you have access to your kids' social media? Do you make sure that you're seeing what friends they're hanging out with? Do you ask, where are you going? Who are you going with? What are you doing? Do you have those conversations with your kids? And it's easier to say that than it is to do it, right? We can all look back and say you should be asking your kids and sitting them down and what are you doing? And I want to meet your friend's parents. But the reality is, that can't happen all the time. It just can't. So, again, that's the defense that'll be raised here. But what the Lord family will say through the suit, they'll ask is, should their parents be responsible for at least determining what's going on? I mean, so this kid was violent. He was very violent. This isn't just, hey, I'm pushing some kid at school and we're getting into a little lunchtime thing. This is they're going out as gangs and beating people, and in Preston Lord's case, to death. Was there something here that was just so extreme that the parents really, if they had paid a modicum of attention, a small amount of attention, would they have seen it? Should they have known? And that's the question here.
Talking with KTAR News legal analyst Barry Marks. And Barry, this is the second civil suit that the Lords have filed here. They filed an initial wrongful death suit in July of 2024 against the 7 Gilbert Goons who were charged in their son's death. That also named Meisner as well. What makes this one different from that other suit that they filed previously?
Well, it's a completely different cause of action. So when you're suing one of the perpetrators of the crime, you're suing them for their direct negligence, for their direct actions of what they did, in this case intentional. When you're suing the parents, they're not saying that the parents killed their son directly, but they're saying that they have a responsibility, that they have a legal duty to watch over their children and make sure they're not going out and harming people. So, I mean, here's a more simple example. If I'm a father and I give the keys to my car to my daughter and she goes out and gets in a car accident, and I say, well, it's okay, honey, let's try it again, and I give her the keys again and she goes out and gets another car accident. How many of those have to happen before I'm responsible at least civilly, for the actions of my daughter. And that's kind of what's happening here. Now, again, I don't know if there's evidence that the parents knew what this kid was doing. The question is, should they have known? And that's what I think is going to be one of the issues, at least, that'll decide the suit.
Barry, we know that there's a difference between a civil trial and a criminal trial, and that's the burden of proof and a reasonable doubt and all these sorts of things. What do the attorneys for Lord's parents need to show in order for there to be some sort of a ruling in their favor? It's not as though they have to say, yes, the Meisner should have known everything that their kid did, right? I mean, there's kind of a gray area when it comes to civil suits.
Yeah. Well, I think the first thing is, though, they'd probably want to establish that they did not have actual knowledge of what was happening. So if they did, if the Lord family and their lawyers can provide evidence that the Meisner parents knew this was going on and didn't do anything to try to stop him, that's a problem. So I think that's the first thing I would do. And then secondly, it's going to be kind of legal issues. To get the legal, did they have access to his social media? Were they on his Snapchat or Instagram, wherever these videos were being shown, and did they ever see those? If not, did they have the opportunity to get on that, and why didn't they do it? Why didn't one of the parents at least have access to that to see what the kid was doing? So those are the kind of questions that they're going to want to establish. If I'm defending this, the lawyer's going to want to establish, number one, they didn't have actual notice. Number two, they didn't have what we call constructive notice. They didn't even have a way of knowing that, and they shouldn't have known. There's no way they could have found out. So that's probably what they'll be trying to establish.
Is this likely to go to trial, or is this something that we're more likely to see a settlement?
I think and I don't know this, but my guess is that this is being defended under the parents' insurance policy, their homeowners policy. So they likely have insurance, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this settle. 98.6% of civil lawsuits brought in Arizona settle at some point before trial. That's almost all of them. This is, if I'm a defense lawyer, this is not a great case to take to trial. Again, everything depends. If the plaintiffs are coming in and they're being somewhat reasonable in what they're looking for, then potentially the case could settle. If I'm a defendant in an insurance company in this case and a lawyer, this is a very dangerous case to take to trial. I'm guessing they'll try to find a way to resolve it.
Jacob Meisner's parents being sued for negligence in the death of Preston Lord by Lord's parents. The suit alleges that the Lords say that the Meisner should have known that Jacob Meisner was violent and had violent tendencies. Lawsuit claims the Meisner's negligence resulted in Preston Lord's death and seeks unspecified damages. Barry, thank you so much for joining us, KTAR News legal analyst. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
If you have a teenager, one of your big fears is what they're doing when you're not around to correct them. And while the issue of youth violence isn't in the headlines every day like it has been, there's still no shortage of teens behaving badly. What is a parent to do? The latest examples and parents at their wits' end next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The federal budget proposal being pushed by President Trump could cut more than $10 billion from Pell Grants, a financial aid program. Rich Nickel, the CEO of Education Forward Arizona, explains that could prevent Arizonans from going to college.
Almost 130,000 Arizonan students, many from first-generation low-income background. They won't have that foundational piece of free money, if you will, that will help them be able to afford going to college or university.
Nichols says further down the line, that means Arizona could be unable to reach the college attainment goal of 60% by 2030. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time now to check on the roads. Let's go to Heather Larson. She's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got one wreck right now in the surface streets, and this is going to be in Phoenix at 83rd Avenue and Indian School. Traffic at that intersection is slow in all directions right now. Other than that, Valley Freeway's doing their usual thing. They're slow in all of the usual places. Traffic brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After an overnight low of 79, we'll see a high of 109 tomorrow. Then we're getting into extreme heat territory for our weekend before we back off again next week. Right now, In Glendale, it's 106 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
LaDonna Harvey here, Arizona's Morning News. So does APS really need another 14% out of you for the power bill? We'll talk to the leader of a group who is very much opposed. Tomorrow morning on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Joe, I think we have to update our apps now, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We need to. App users, update the KTAR News app for the latest updates that help your experience on our stream, our video, podcasts, and news. Go to the Google or Apple App Store to update the KTAR app today. I don't know why I have problems saying Google or Apple App Store. It's very tricky. Google or Apple App Store. Yeah, go there. Update the KTAR app today.
You know, we were just discussing one of the Gilbert Goons being sued by the parents of Preston Lord. Preston Lord was murdered by a group of 7 who had an association with that teenage street gang in Gilbert. And, of course, the police didn't even know there was anything going on because the victims didn't tell them until it was too late. And, unfortunately, we have this story about a teenager whose life was taken from him. But I'm looking around, and Joe, we haven't had quite so much in the way of youth violence in the headlines lately, but it's not like it's not there. We had a story that just popped. Well, the story is kind of trickling out a little bit, but it happened in October of last year. 5th graders, in surprise, were planning to kill a fellow classmate.
Lovely.
What?
Oh.
5th graders, and that was in October.
Have you seen what school this is? I just see that it was in Surprise.
Just in Surprise is all I know.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if we scoured Reddit, we'd probably figure that out. But when you're early on your 5th grade year, aren't you just 9 years old? Is it 5th grade 9 turning 10?
Well, so kindergarten is 6. Okay, so first grade, let's say 7. Second grade, 8. Third grade, 9. Right. So I'd say you're 11, maybe 12, 5th grade.
10 turning 11. You start at 10 years old, you turn 11.
Let's say between 10
I'm telling you.
10 to 12.
Whatever. Anyway, that's still prepubescent. You're planning on murder?
I know that when I was in 5th grade, I was pretty concerned with getting to play some basketball at recess.
Nintendo,
yep. I was just starting to get into, now watch out, I was pretty cool, Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But let me tell you, I wasn't planning to take a pocket knife to school and stab a fellow classmate and try to make it look like they committed suicide.
They planned to wear gloves and not leave fingerprints on the knife, and they would leave a suicide note in the bathroom to make it look like they had done this, as you just pointed out. And then another student was supposed to keep guard while it was all happening.
Jeez.
The students were questioned, and one of them reportedly said that they thought the plan was meant to be a joke until they were assigned a role, and then they thought the others were being serious, and that's when they started to freak out. According to a psychiatrist, child psychiatrist, in 5th grade, you're starting to really put a lot of emphasis on on what your peers think about you. Well, I do know that. Junior high is when you start worrying about what I'm wearing, how I look, what other people are thinking. The hormones are starting to kick in a little bit because you're, as Joe said, you're like 15, 17 years old in 5th grade. And so now all of a sudden these kids decide, what, we're going to look cool by framing our classmate for a suicide? That's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the lawsuit that we were talking about. The Lord's parents filing this lawsuit against Jacob Meisner's parents, saying that the Meisners should have known that their kid was a total tool, and should have prevented him from even being out in public, and of course being at that party where their son was murdered. I mean, at what point do you have to start assuming your kids might be doing something horrible? Do you have to figure that out? 5th grade? I mean, we're still talking elementary school.
You're the dad in the room here. You tell me.
God.
I mean, I don't have kids, but this is my worst nightmare, that I will have a kid someday and that they will be a little hellion. And obviously you can't lock them up in their room and make it so they can't get out.
Yeah. one of the things I'm most thankful for is that my kids are now all in their 20s, and
that you can't be charged with them doing something bad.
Right. So my kids were okay. My daughter had a little brush, a typical teenage thing she got caught doing. But I was the one that disappointed my parents. I got in trouble when I was 19, and not still an adult though, right? Still capable of making my own decisions. I got in some trouble, and that put them in an awkward position. But again, I was an adult. It wasn't like there was any culpability on their part. When we're talking about fifth graders, though, in Surprise, or did you see that there were teens now? Teens have been charged in an attack at Desert Ridge Marketplace.
I did see that. There was
another one.
A handful of them. Was it 4 teens or was it 5? I did see that 4 were charged with aggravated assault. 2 of them faced some weapon charges. 3 of the teens are being charged in juvenile court. But then I also see that it looks like one has kind of already worked their way through the system here. So I couldn't tell if it was 4 or 5. But yeah, they're beating the snot out of a 15-year-old, throwing him down on the ground. It's like, for what?
So
At an
I don't
outdoor
know.
mall?
As a parent, I don't know. We talked with our legal analyst in the last segment, Barry Markson, and he said, well, the parents, they could watch the kids' social media, they could monitor who their friends are, that sort of thing. And this is what the Lord's parents are going to try to show the Meisners didn't do with their kid. But then what? Can you lock your child in the room? I mean, what are the limitations for a parent? And at what point does a parent need to call? I know police don't like it when you call them for help. They want you to figure out your own business.
Yeah, are you supposed to
honestly,
create
I don't
a
know.
Snapchat burner and follow your kid online?
I don't know. I mean, that's not a bad idea. But even if you do follow online, how are you going to stop them? Right?
Yeah.
That's where I get, thank God. I'm so glad I'm done with it. Oh, this is what I used to say. Sweetheart, take care of your kids. That's what I would do.
That's great fathering there.
That's what I do. I told you I'm not a good father.
Yes,
I've
you
never
are.
claimed to be.
You are
Never.
a good father.
Nope. I just told you. I ditch all responsibility. Hey, hold on to your hats and buckle your seatbelts. The other stories you need to know about are going to have you white-knuckling your steering wheel, but when it's all over, we'll give you something savory to reach for. These stories are all next in the headline volley on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, imagine that you are in a position where it's time to move. Maybe you got a new job across the valley. Maybe you got a new job somewhere completely out of the valley. Maybe it's just time to downsize because those kids finally got through adolescence and they moved out. Wouldn't that be nice? But when you find that home, are you ready to act? With Orchard's Move First Sell Later program, you're ready. Orchard gives you cash so that you can buy your home and then move into the new one first on your timeline. Then Orchard experts take over. They fix up the old place. They make price-boosting upgrades. And when they're done, it's a local Orchard agent that lists and sells your home for top dollar. And when they get more for it than what they gave you in cash to begin with, you get another check. Most of the time, that's exactly how it works. Orchard's Move First program, giving you the freedom to buy and move on your time. Find out how much your home is worth. Visit Orchard.com and get your free home valuation. It's Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, I'm Bruce. Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger. This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now. You'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, He also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security. As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Members of the Trump administration held a closed-door classified briefing for members of the Senate on the U.S. strikes on Iran. Republican Tom Cotton of Arkansas chairs the Senate Intelligence Committee.
I think it's safe to say that we have struck a major blow alongside our friends in Israel against Iran's nuclear program that is going to make America safer, our friends in the region safer, and protect the world from the risk of an Iranian nuclear weapon.
A wanted man's been captured overseas after decades on the run.
In an international effort by the FBI and Ukrainian officials, a Tucson man wanted for sexually abusing 4 children over 30 years ago has been arrested. Daniel Brewster, a former Tucson daycare employee, was charged with 15 counts of child abuse in 1992 with 4 victims who were under his care. Brewster jumped bail and was later found guilty in absentia. Decades later, he's been found living under a false identity with forged documents near Kyiv, where he was taken into custody. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Diamondback's second baseman Ketel Marte seems to be in tears. Tears just streaming down his eyes right now.
An emotional scene in Chicago after Arizona Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte broke down in tears over comments that were made by a fan.
Marte became visibly upset during Tuesday's game against the White Sox after a fan made a comment about his mother who died in a car accident back in 2017. D-backs manager Troy Lavello also clearly shaken after the game.
It was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty and fans go too far sometimes. And I love my players, and I'm going to protect them.
The 22-year-old fan was ejected and is now banned indefinitely from all 30 Major League ballparks. The White Sox have apologized for the incident. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Time now to turn our attention to the roads and wherever you're headed this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a car fire reported in Avondale. That's going to be at Avondale Boulevard and Buckeye Road. That intersection slow in all directions. And then in Phoenix, this is really more Tolleson, but 75th Avenue and Roosevelt, there's a wreck at that intersection. Now, you know this whole area is just going to be slow, like the westbound 10. And, of course, just east of that is the 202 northbound that's slow slow right now, and this is normal. And the southbound 101 is just west of that, coming on to eastbound 10, and this whole area is just kind of slow. So allow yourself a little bit of extra time there. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's 79 and tomorrow's high 109. We're going to warm up a little bit after that. We've had a mild week, but the weekend, not so mild. In fact, extreme heat's expected, particularly Sunday and Monday. We're going to be around 113, 114, but we will back off to the low 100s mid-next week through the holiday. It's 106 in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Fast Lane Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
If you work at the copper mine off of U.S. Route 191 in eastern Arizona, you likely have heard of the Morenci 500. But I don't work in the copper mine. And
Morenci.
Morenci?
Yep.
Yeah, see, Pablo worked at the copper
You
mine
haven't even
for
heard
a while,
of,
so
you haven't
he
even heard of
knows.
Morenci. Yeah.
No.
It's Morenci.
But go ahead, yeah.
Wait, Morenci or Morenci?
Morenci. There's a
Morenci.
big copper mine there. It's always, Morenci.
Sure. That's the nickname those who work at the mine just outside the small town of
Morenci.
Exactly, have given the highway, in large part due to drivers' desire to treat it like a raceway. Now, local officials have a different name for it, the Corridor of Chaos. Last year, U.S.
That sounds cool.
The Corridor of Chaos.
Corridor of Chaos.
Last year, U.S. 191 in Graham and Greenlee counties saw almost 60 non-injury collisions, 35...
Yeah, no, you can't pull it off. Just go back to reading it.
35 collisions that resulted in injuries and 2 that resulted in death, according to Arizona's Department of Highway Safety.
Wow.
I want to know, where do you feel is the worst stretch of highway or roadway?
Well, that sounds pretty bad.
In Arizona. Yeah, but you haven't driven around there, have you?
Oh, yeah, lots of times. Yeah, Pablo and I go hang out there.
Morenci or Morenci?
Yeah, there's a good fishing hole out there. It's the Morenci.
No, it is actually dangerous.
Fishing hole.
I talked to Chris about this. Chris, remember a couple months back I told you about my friend who died in a car crash in Morenci?
Yeah, you did.
That's the highway that he was on, and he crashed, and him and the girl
the
that he was
Corridor of Chaos
died. And I
oh my god!
Remember I told you I went to his funeral and we
yeah.
The markers we signed on his, that was Morenci.
So is that the worst? Because I think they've done studies and they say that, and I can tell you that my experience with this too was the 101 between the 60 and 202 and the 60. The 101. You know what I'm talking about? If you're are you
Chandler,
yes,
like east
no?
side?
Talking about the east side, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. Between the 202 and the 101.
I always thought
excuse me, the 202 and the 60. It's the 101 right there. So that's between kind of Tempe and then drops down into, well, it's still Tempe there, I think. But
like Arizona Mills type?
Yes.
Area,
Yeah, it drops down through there. So that I used to have to drive that when I was living in Mesa. I drove that all the time, and that was bad. And then I saw a stat that said that was like the most dangerous stretch in Arizona. I think the deal in Morenci is, did I say it right that time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. I think the deal there is that the speeds get up so high, right? So when you lose, and Pablo, you and I have probably done a lot more crazy driving than Joe ever did. You know, for him, I think a fishtail would wig him out.
Okay.
But I think you and I are the kind of guys that we try to get that back end loose on the car a little bit, right? Just to see what we can do.
Macho guys.
Yeah, we're very cool.
Mm-hmm.
But also, listen, I did a lot of dumb things in cars, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, Pablo and I have had this conversation numerous times. Like, how did we even last as long as we did with all the stupid things we did when we were younger? And so I think when you're talking about those rural stretches, you get people that start getting a little goofy, and then all of a sudden you find out that physics are not your friends when you start losing control of the car. And, Joe, there's areas, too. You drive to Vegas. You've done that drive at night, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's places up there on is it 11 93 up to Kingman, and then is it 11 that goes up toward or is that what they're building?
I don't think the Vegas drive is bad though. But one day I did have to drive. I drove to Vegas, forgot I left my medicine here, had to drive all the way home and pick that up. That was not fun because I did the drive back to Phoenix at around 2 a.m. I think the worst.
Well, that thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry you had to endure such a horrific traffic experience.
The worst stretches out here to me are where the 10 and 60 merge, right there. That's no fun. And then just about anywhere on the I-17, I just think the lanes are so narrow that anywhere on the 17, I just feel like is an accident waiting to happen.
Okay, when you say the Tennessee, so you're talking Broadway Curve, which is it's better now since the construction.
He's talking Durango Curve, the 60 and the 10, right, Joe? Is that what you're talking about?
No, Broadway Curve is 1610. Durango is the 17, right?
I'm talking more so headed towards Sky Harbor as opposed to away from. So I think
when you talk about the 17, are you talking about through
just anywhere?
You're not talking
7.
about south. Oh, anywhere on 17?
In particular, down like past Castles and Coasters there, south of that.
Okay. All right, but you're not talking about 17 south of the airport or south of downtown?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, you're talking about through 17 going north and south there.
Like
through
17
Phoenix.
to where it connects to the 10, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's the stack, Joe.
Sure.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I love doing the traffic quizzes with Joe. Joe, where's the mini stack?
That's at IHOP when I only get 2 pancakes.
That's perfect. Mm-hmm. That's perfect.
You're welcome.
All right. After months of taste testing and voting, the taste of the ultimate comfort food will now be available in chip form. Bacon grilled cheese has been named the winner of Lay's annual Do Us a Flavor competition. It beat Valentina and Lime and wavy Korean-style fried chicken for the top spot. What is your go-to comfort food?
Oh, mac and cheese.
Oh, salad. That's always salad. Are you more of a gourmet mac and cheese, or are you sort of a craft right out of a box?
Right
mac
out of
and
the
cheese?
box.
That's pretty good stuff. Yeah. Pablo?
Anything with beans, man. Refried, in the pot. I don't care. Cooked over
in a tortilla,
fire.
Not in a tortilla.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's pretty comfort for me.
So if we had like a refried bean flavored potato chip, that would be your go-to?
Oh, nasty. And I would not like a mac and cheese potato chip either.
I wouldn't want my chip flavor that way, but but what would I want? There's already good flavors. What do we need additions for?
Oh no,
no. What do you
I bet
mean?
there's macaroni and cheese. I'm going to look up.
No,
dude,
see,
just stick with
this
the regular
is what's wrong with America. People we've run out of exciting food.
No, we haven't.
So now we combine our comfort foods, and this is what's wrong. You see this at the D-backs every year. I guarantee you. Next year it's going to be, we combined a cupcake and a hot dog. It's delicious. Eat up. It's the.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's the Frosty Weenie. Come get it.
Okay, so Lay's did have a cheddar and bacon mac and cheese flavored potato chip.
Yeah, see, I don't want to eat that.
That sounds delicious.
It does sound delicious.
No, it does not.
Baked potatoes with cheese and my goodness.
No, it sounds it, but I guarantee you it's not. I want mac and cheese and I want potato chips. I don't want those combined. We combine too much stuff.
No, that's
like,
good.
I don't want a burger with Cinnamon Toast Crunch on it. I like both those things separate.
The cheddar bacon mac and cheese was a 2014 finalist in their chip thing.
Can I hit one more real quick here?
I had a steak and onion potato chip. That is really good.
That sounds good because I like the onion and onion and sour cream ones.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, Joe, go ahead.
So Becky Lynn's been talking about this morning. I heard Patricia Valencia with Broomhead as well hit on the fact that Arizona D-backs star Ketel Marte was brought to tears on Tuesday night when a White Sox fan taunted him about his mom who was killed in a car crash back in 2017. On the field, Marte was consoled by his teammates and coaches. He sobbed while trying to play through the game. The teams come to his defense. The fan who yelled comments about Marte's deceased mother has been banned from all major league ballparks. And increasingly is coming at a time where a lot of players and coaches are saying that fans' abusive behavior is crossing a line. And they say a lot of this is due to online sports gambling threats, that players are becoming the target of angry fans more and more often. What I want to know from you is, where should the line be when it comes to fans taunting at a pro sports event? Like, is the line family?
Yeah.
So you can't say anything about parents or kids.
No. I think the line is this: if you want to taunt somebody based on what they're doing on the field, that's one thing, right? But when you start doing anything that's not related to their athletic ability, that's the line. And I've had this happen before too, where I have people that are like, your mother should have aborted you. Like, what is that about? People will say, I hope your wife leaves you. Like, I get that you have a different opinion on a particular news story than I do, but is it necessary to say that my marriage should crumble because you don't like that I want a minimum wage hike or something? You know what I mean? They're not related in any way, shape, or form. Okay. If you think Ketel Marte is not living up to expectations on the field, or in this case, you're a fan from another team, and you're mad because he is living up to expectations, then that's part of the game. And it's kind of part of our gig, too, that people rip on us for the things that we say on the air. But no, leave the personal stuff.
Yeah, as a guy who watches the fight game a lot, in the fight promotion, there's a lot of smack talking, a lot, every time. But they don't, when they cross the line, as kids and religion. Like, as soon as they start talking about
that's interesting.
Well, remember when Conor McGregor and Abdul, what's his name, fought? And Conor McGregor went after his religion because he was a Muslim, or he wanted to give him whiskey because he said he couldn't drink whiskey. Like, that was too much for me.
Yeah, I agree, because it has nothing to do with your ability to fight. Right.
So what if you are convicted of something heinous like abuse, and you are a convicted abuser? Is it okay for a fan to come at you about your criminal record?
Yeah. The team hired you.
Okay, so what if the abuse was on somebody from your family?
Team hired you. They put you out there.
I mean, I get where you're going, Joe. But
my question is, I've had a lot of questions on this. First of all,
me too.
Martel doesn't speak English. How does he know what the guy's yelling at him? How does he know what he's saying at him?
South Chicago, they speak all the languages in South Chicago.
Okay, so I was talking to Patricia about this earlier.
I don't know
when
what
somebody
he said.
says something in Spanish, it sounds a lot worse than English. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, right? I'll tell you in English right here. Hey, your mom died in a car crash. That's English.
Okay, all right.
Se chocó tu madre en un carro que no vale nada. How does that sound?
I don't know, but it makes me sad.
Exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
So he's probably getting yelled at in Spanish, and when us Latino guys, when we get yelled at like that, we're like,
that hurts.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I'm not a football player or a baseball or any kind of professional athlete, but if somebody starts yelling at me about my mom, especially in Spanish.
Yeah. I got another question, too.
Plus, there's
just
a bat there.
question.
Why don't you take a freaking bat to the guy?
How do you ban somebody from every major league ballpark? Is that because all the tickets are bought online now that you can put his name on a watch list or something? Because it's not like they're putting his picture up at every gate, right?
I don't know. I think it's just the expectation that if he does run into a problem at a game and they find out it's him.
I mean, I went to a game last Saturday. I had 4 tickets. I'm the only one that has showed proof. I was under my name. The other 3 guests didn't have to show.
How do they stop? Like, if Pablo was friends with this guy, which obviously he wouldn't be, but how do they stop him from getting in?
I think it's more like a restraining order. Like they've done this. They've said,
"Hey, don't
show up."
You have to come out with the paper.
The expectation is that
this paper says you have to be more than 400 feet away from me.
And if they find out he does show up, he gets in trouble.
I'll show you the paper.
Gets in trouble for what? Just gets ushered out.
Yeah.
All right, if you're like the tens of thousands of people in the Valley with the KTAR News app, you rely on our news team to get you breaking news alerts. What you don't need from us is a bunch of crap that just isn't news. Which apps you can go ahead and turn off? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. We are celebrating 18 years, I think, 35 years since the record high in Phoenix, 122 degrees. And it's not quite that hot now, but weather is brutal. Windows take the biggest beating of your whole home, and especially if you don't have top quality windows, including top quality glass. It's time now. If your windows are 10 or 15 years old, you may start to see signs that you need new windows. Condensation, color fading, frame warping, maybe that glass isn't cleaning up very well. That's when you call Advanced Window Products, who have the best glass in the industry. Cardinal Glass. And Arizona's premier window replacement company, Advanced Window Products, makes their windows right here in the Valley, specifically for our Arizona heat. Special offer right now this summer. When you buy 10 windows or more, you get $2,500 off. $2,500 off. And when you call them for a quote, you're going to find out their quotes come in lower than 95% of all the other window suppliers out there. Because they cut out the middleman. They make the windows, they install the windows, and then they guarantee the windows for life, including glass breakage. It's a company you can trust, and I trust them. Call 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002 for advanced window products.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:49. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A 2-year-old has died in Gilbert after being found by family in a backyard pool. First responders were called to the home on Leah Lane where they worked to save the child, who was quickly taken to the hospital, and we're told the child died a short time later. The investigation is ongoing. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, go to KTAR.com/water safety. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, let's check the roads. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Well, the Valley Freeways are doing their usual thing right now, but I can give you a few intersections that you might want to avoid right now. Right in Avondale, we have Avondale Boulevard and Buckeye Road still slow there due to a wreck, and a couple more wrecks in Phoenix, 23rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road also slow, and 28th Drive in Peoria. Something just happened there, and it's clogging up that intersection as well. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Launch your business and grow your dream with Arizona Business One Stop, a digital portal that helps you set up your business in minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 $500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
On air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. The star of Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos joins us in the studio. Gatos, evidence mounting that the prevalence of news alerts is giving a rise to alert fatigue. Some mobile phone users are peppered with as many as 50 notifications a day.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that drives me nuts is when I get the breaking news from AZ Central, and it's like, breaking news, this taco shop has best in Valley. Oh, God, they constantly do breaking news, cheesecake now offered at favorite restaurant in Chandler. Like, come on.
You're going to get fatigue, and I like the way that we do it. When we say there's breaking news, it's breaking news. It's not some letdown. It's not some let's try and get ratings. No, if there's a story that's breaking, let's call it breaking news and go with it. But your example is perfect. That's not a breaking news story. Shame on AZ Central.
Makes me crazy.
Yeah.
What do you guys have coming up here on Outspoken today?
I don't know. I'm going to be quite entertaining at 4 o'clock, though, so you should listen.
Oh, that's good enough for me. I'm in. 100%. All right. Looking forward to entertaining Gatos at 4 o'clock. Good stuff. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Sharp with the reasons you should choose Gleason Roofing. They're a GAF Master Elite contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies get that award for the highest standards. Family-owned Gleason Roofing's been in the Valley for over 25 years and has a BBB A+ rating. And Gleason Roofing did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Visit GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The countdown continues to avoid a government shutdown. The Arizona legislature needs to pass a state budget by Monday to avoid one. And KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live this afternoon in the News Center with an update for us.
More optimism in the state Senate today. Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the House has no other option but to vote on the Senate budget after Governor Katie Hobbs vetoed both House budgets.
There were two House budgets that only had House input, House approval, House consensus, and then there was a third budget which had governor consensus, Senate consensus, and it also had House consensus on it.
The earliest the Senate budget could be voted on is tomorrow, and Peterson is confident the governor will sign it if it passes. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Senators got a classified briefing today from Trump officials on the impacts of the U.S. strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. Democratic Senator Mark Warner says the U.S. operation clearly inflicted damage, but the amount of damage is not yet clear.
It is going to take time to get a final assessment of how much damage.
Today's briefing comes after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defended the strikes and slammed some media coverage that claimed the strikes had minimal impact. Tucson's police department says a man wanted for sexually abusing 4 children in the 1980s has been found overseas. Daniel Brewster fled Arizona after posting bail in 1992 and has since been living in Ukraine under a false identity. Brewster was a former Tucson daycare worker and was found guilty of 15 counts of child molestation in 1992 for abuse he inflicted on 4 child victims who were under his care.
Eyes on Education.
Part of the U.S. House GOP budget proposal could impact Arizona students' ability to go to college. The plan, backed by President Trump, includes more than $10 billion in funding for Pell Grants, a need-based financial aid program that does not require students to pay it back. That's according to advocacy group Education Forward Arizona. And that group's CEO, Rich Nichols, says those cuts could keep Arizonans out of college. Education Forward is joining 169 organizations nationwide to urge Congress to deny these proposed cuts. APS is the largest utility in the state and is trying to approve a 14% rate hike that would add $20 to your monthly electric bill. Dave Jenkins is president of the Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship and joined Arizona's Morning News to explain why he opposes the rate hikes, saying electricity in the Grand Canyon state should be extremely cheap.
Arizona, given all the sunshine and solar capability, you should have some of the cheapest electricity rates in the country.
Jenkins also said that because APS has a monopoly over the industry, it's unlikely customers will be able to switch to a more affordable utility option. Well, you know this song. But maybe you don't know the name of the man behind it. Lalo Schifrin, who composed the iconic Mission Impossible theme and many other film and TV scores, has died. Born in Argentina, Schifrin started out in jazz before focusing on TV and film. His other credits include the themes from Mannix, Starsky and Hutch, Dirty Harry, and the Rush Hour movies. Lalo Schifrin was 93. Let's check on the roads now. Let's go to Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Freeways are at their usual pace right now. In other words, slow. Now let's talk about the surface streets, though. In Phoenix, 28th Drive and Peoria has a wreck, but this is slowing down kind of the entire area from about 21st Avenue over west to 23rd Avenue and over to the 17 and northbound 17 right there. Pretty slow. And then when you try to get off of 17 and take that off ramp, that is extremely slow. So that's just one area of slowing right now. There's also a wreck at 23rd Avenue and Bethany Home Road and Avondale Boulevard and Buckeye Road. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy traffic dealers. It's the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now to celebrate family fun and the freedom to save on an extensive Chevy lineup. Stop by your Valley Chevy dealers today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
79 for the overnight low temp, 109 tomorrow, and we're going to be around 110 on Saturday, heating up for the weekend for sure, with extreme heat, 113 Sunday, 115 on Monday, but by mid-next week through the 4th of July holiday, we are definitely going to back off to the low 100s. However, right now in Phoenix, it's 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, our #1.
Oh, Gatos, first hour is always the best.
Oh, it's my favorite hour.
Bruce is out today, so I figure I'm just going to go around the office and see who wants to hang out. Let's say this segment, Joe Huizenga's hanging out with me. I don't know who's coming up at 4:15 or 4:30, but we're going to have a good time. Maybe it's Becky Lynn. Maybe it's somebody in the news department. I'm just going to grab people, come in and chat with Gatos.
So you're saying we're going to make it up as you go along?
I'm going to make it up.
All right.
Who doesn't love hanging with Gatos?
That's what I said, for crying out loud. All right, so Joe, you're sticking around at least for this segment, so I have somebody to talk to. Can I? I'm going to say something. I don't think people are going to like it, but I'm going to say it.
Okay.
Okay. Can we talk about the KTAR-Marte situation? We led the show with it yesterday.
Oh, you're not going to tell me he deserved it.
Oh, gosh, no.
Okay, well, what are you going to say I'm not going to like?
Goodness gracious.
What are you going to say I'm not going to like then?
Crying out loud.
What could you possibly say?
Yeah, he deserved to get taunted by some guy.
About his deceased mom.
Oh, jeez.
Well, what are you going to say that I'm not going to like?
Is this how you act with Chris? I mean, goodness.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, it is how I act with Chris.
So Diamondbacks second baseman KTAR-Marte. We know what happened the other day. They're in Chicago. They're playing with the White Sox, and you got a guy that gets loose in the stands and says something just horrible, cruel comments about KTAR-Marte's late mother. And so you see Marte crying on the field. And, they banned the guy. I think he's 22 years old. They banned him from every Major League Baseball park in America. That's his punishment. Listen, what he said was cruel. What he said was horrible. But let me ask a question. Why can't we allow this guy to apologize? Like, do we have to come down hard on him like this? I know how awful the thing that he said. I get it. But it's like the cancel culture. And nobody knows this guy's name. We just know we know two things. Well, three things. We know what he said.
Do we know what he said? I had not seen it. I know it was about his deceased mom.
Roundabout.
Who died in a car accident back in 2017.
Something roundabout.
Yeah.
About your dead mother. She doesn't like it. Whatever it is, right? We know that he said that. We know he's only 22, and we know he's been banned. Why can't we do something a little bit better here than just punish the guy? Why can't we invite him to meet Ketel Marte and actually, if he was upset with, because from what I heard, he was remorseful. Why can't we allow him to apologize and move on?
Well, why should he get to meet Ketel Marte?
Or a phone call or a FaceTime or something because he's the guy that said it to him, and there should absolutely be an apology.
I think that's up to Marte. If Marte wants to meet him, I think that's fine. But that's not up to anybody else other than that. I mean, if I'm the person who's been offended and moved to tears on the field, that's my decision. If Marte wants to talk with him, and maybe he will weeks or months down the road, and he'll say, yeah, you know what, I want to take 5 minutes and talk to that guy. But right now, if I'm Ketel Marte, the only thing I want to do is take my bat to that guy.
And I get that. And the guy's lucky he's still walking, and I understand that. But also, we all remember being 22. And I'm not making excuses for this guy, because I never said anything that bad when I was 22. And I hope you didn't. But some of us have. Some of us have really said some awful things when we're very young and very drunk. And I'm not trying to get this kid off the hook. What he said was despicable. He should feel bad. He should feel disgusted in himself. But I wonder how Ketel Marte feels after the fact. I wonder if he's like, why? Maybe I should show this man some grace and allow him to apologize. And maybe there's a chance to forgive. And this could be a better moment than it is right now, because, what we know now is that this guy had the cruel comments about his late mom, and we've got baseball banning him. Where do we go from there? Like, I would actually like to see these two get together.
At some point in time, I'd like to see that.
Because if the 22-year-old man does feel remorse, and it's not BS, and he's not faking it, like if he really feels, I was in the moment, I was drunk, I said something that I'm going to feel bad about for the rest of my life, but I'd like to apologize. And maybe there is room for some forgiveness here, instead of just, hey, let's find who this guy is, and let's put his name out on X, and let's make sure that he never gets hired again. I don't like that. No. I do want to see a little bit of grace. I do want to see some forgiveness. But you got to be sorry.
Of course.
And you got to mean it.
Well, of course you do. But I think if you're not, and you're meeting him face to face, I think he could clock you if you're not truly sorry. Obviously, over the phone, you can't do that. My question is, where's the line? And I think it's here. You can't bring up parents. You can't bring up kids when it comes to anything involving the field of competition. But is that the line?
I think that I think in the history of Major League Baseball, there have been a ton of people that have yelled at ball players talking about their mother.
Oh, or their wife.
Yeah.
Right.
But the thing about this one is it was so personal, because the guy, the 22-year-old in the stands, he knew that Ketel Marte lost his mom. He knew that he could use it against Ketel Marte, and that makes it even more despicable. It wasn't one of those kind of blanket statements about, you yell something at a ball player and you just try to say something awful about their mother.
Isn't it a little unusual, though, that it was 8 years ago? It's not like this happened a week or 2 weeks ago. Like, this is deeply personal and something that understandably, clearly still hurts Ketel Marte to this day. And we don't know, again, exactly what was said. We know roughly what was said. But the other thing is, how do you enforce this punishment from Major League Baseball, too? You can't go to any ballpark in the country? What if he shows up to a game in Texas? How are they going to know? If a buddy buys him tickets and he walks in, they're not going to have this guy's picture up. He's public enemy number one. He said something terrible about Ketel Marte.
Yeah, it's not a real punishment.
So, yeah.
I mean, it looks good to everybody because everybody sees this and they see, the cruel comments about Ketel Marte's late mother, and everybody hates this guy. And like he deserves a lot of our, we're looking at you. We're giving you an evil eye.
But we also don't know who this guy is. We know who Ketel Marte is. We know his face. And
should we know who this guy is?
Well, that's the way you really shame him. What is it? You dox him?
Yeah, I don't. But do you want? Are we going to do that? Are we?
I don't think you should.
I don't think we should shame the guy.
Doing what other bad people do doesn't make it right. What is it? Two wrongs don't make a right. Yeah.
Right. So I just wonder where we go from here because I know the Diamondbacks are going to have some home games, and I'm sure. Ketel Marte is going to get the biggest standing ovation. And you know what? I like that. I like that because it's going to make him feel good. It's going to make him feel like, hey, I'm a part of this community. It's going to make him feel like, hey, I came home. I had a rough road trip. Some guy wanted to bash my dead mom. Some guy wanted to say something awful about my late mother. I can come home, and I know that these fans are going to give me a big standing ovation. But it's like, they're raising money now for his deceased mom and her memory, and all that's nice. And I get it. The White Sox came out and they had a message. They said baseball is family. The White Sox community supports Ketel Marte. I just think that even the most despicable of us should be allowed to apologize. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how this guy does it because if I'm him, I don't want my name out there. So he's got to balance it. Does he come forward, this guy who yelled at Ketel Marte, does he come forward, his name gets out there, and he publicly says, I am sorry. I know what I did. I'm going to live with what I did. I'm despicable, and what happened is unforgivable, but maybe one day I can be forgiven, and I wanted to show remorse. And I think that's the part of this entire story that, we're not giving the guy a chance to at least say, I screwed up. I'm sorry. And maybe that's going to happen behind closed doors. I'm not sure.
And, maybe it'll happen weeks down the road. And Marte just said, hey, for now, I need time. I want to get back to Arizona, and let's take things from there.
All right. Bruce is out today. Okay, Joe, get out of here. I'm going to find somebody else. It's going to be like, what do we call it? Like, what is it, a merry-go-round of hosts, Becky Lynn? I mean, pick somebody out there that you like.
I think you should call it a berry-go-round.
Bring somebody in.
Barry Markson. I think he would be.
I don't know if I want Barry.
Oh.
Do we have anybody else?
All
right. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hey, coming up next. Thank you, Joe.
Bye.
You have anything to add?
Good luck with Barry.
Okay.
it is going to be very good.
Oh, lucky me.
Lucky you.
It's not every day I get to hang out with a lawyer.
That could be a good thing, though. I mean, count
you know
your
what?
blessings.
I'm right here,
He can hear us.
Barry's taking it. Barry, we're going to talk to you about Preston Lord and his parents have a lawsuit. I'm for this lawsuit. So Preston Lord obviously murdered. His parents are going after the Ma and Pa goons. And we're going to talk about that coming up next. Stick around.
Hey, I'm Bruce.
Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply. Mike Broomhead.
Breaking news. This was Patricia's idea yesterday, Pablo.
What is going
Here's
on?
what happened. I said, we need a breaking news sounder or something.
Of our own.
So Patricia said, Auga should be a... So...
You had to get the most loudest one. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A potential $1 trillion AI complex could be coming to Arizona after Bloomberg reports that Tokyo-based tech investment company SoftBank has plans to partner with TSMC. Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden couldn't comment directly on the plans, but says the news shows how we've become an attractive destination for big business.
These types of conversations are happening. They're happening at the federal level, they're happening at the state level, and they're happening around the world right now. That's how interested people are in investing in our state.
Seiden says Arizona offers streamlined regulations, reliable energy, and a skilled and growing labor force. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon. We've got Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. If you're heading northbound right now on the 51, there's a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, and it is off to the right pretty far. It's almost in the dirt there, and that's 51 northbound near the 17. Just know it's there and try to get over to the left. And other than that, the freeways are their usual selves right now. You got traffic at the stack and traffic at the mini stack, just as you normally would at this hour. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement, Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
That's right. Bruce out today. Let's see. Barry Markson is now sitting next to me. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Gatos.
You didn't leave to sleep here since the war room yesterday?
No, I should have done that. It would have been much, much better.
Well, I'm glad you're here today because I would actually like your legal expertise. You're our legal guy. You're a KTAR legal analyst.
Okay.
Obviously, we've talked a lot about the murder of Preston Lord. Bruce and I brought up yesterday the lawsuit that is taking place. The Lord family is going to sue the parents of one of the 7 suspects who are charged in this case. And, you know, as you know, I mean, this Preston Lord thing has rocked the state. It's rocked me. You know, I want to know that, like, if I'm the Lord family, I've got a list of people I'm going to sue. And I know that the people that were killing my son, they have their day in court. That's going to happen. But can I go after their parents? Does that happen a lot? Because I think some of these parents knew that their kids were goons, knew that they were videotaping this stuff. Is it out of the realm of possibility that some of these parents of the murderers can go to jail too?
Go to jail? Probably not.
Probably not? Okay.
Big difference between a civil case and a criminal case. Obviously, civil, you want money. You want to be compensated for what happened. Criminal case, no. Now, if they knew, I mean, we can really, let's say the parents bought somebody brass knuckles and they knew they were going out there beating on kids and they were like helping. That's a different story. I mean, there's no evidence of that I'm aware of. Here, if we're talking about the new lawsuit that was filed, the Preston Lord, his family filed against the Meisners, here they're saying the parents have civil liability, that they have a duty to protect the public from their son because they knew or should have known that he was out there doing dangerous, violent things. And that's the lawsuit here. It's what level does a parent, or what level of responsibility does a parent have of his kids? How much are you responsible for what your children do? And even beyond that, if you're aware of somebody that's somewhat in your control who's doing dangerous things and hurting people, and you don't do anything to stop it, you take no steps, can you be found liable for that? And that's the question here.
Because what we see happening is, like, a parent will leave a gun out, the kid will grab the gun, and then they'll shoot somebody, and then the parent is the one that is going to also get prosecuted.
Right. Now, we've had those cases, but with younger kids even. But at this, and again, nothing like that here. We don't have any, at least that I'm aware of. There's no evidence that the Meisner parents were leaving weapons out for their son or anything like that.
Right. I was just giving you a different example.
But you're right. That does happen. So, the easier example is, let's say you have a 17-year-old daughter, and you give her a car, you help her get a car, or you give her a car, and she goes out, and the first week she gets in an accident.
Right.
And then you're like, oh, it's okay, honey, and you get her another car. And another week goes by, she gets in another accident. Is there a point where mom and dad are going to be responsible for giving their daughter a car when she obviously doesn't seem to have the ability to drive safely? Yeah, there is. And there's a that happens in the law, and it's called negligent entrustment, and there's things that come with that. So here, the question is, do the parents have a responsibility to protect the public from their kid if they knew or should have known that he was being dangerous? I don't know that there's evidence that exists yet. There could be, and I don't know that the parents knew. But then it becomes, should they have known? Should they have been checking his social media? Should they be looking at his Snapchat?
Should they have been parents?
Yeah,
because they weren't. And if you're being charged in the Preston Lord murder, you're a bad parent. You let your kid go out and do whatever they wanted late at night. You weren't checking in. Did you notice that their knuckles were bloody? No. Did you check their social media? No. Did you ask them where they were? No. You probably knew. There's some of these parents that probably knew. You're bad parents.
You don't want to know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But you have to. You have to know. Because these parents could, if they did know, they could have gotten out in front of it, and they could have said, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to go to jail or you're going to kill somebody. Because that's what parents do. We try and if our kid is in a situation and it's a danger, we try and pull them out.
Right.
But there were certain parents that, they made their kid go out of state because he was injured or his knuckles were bleeding, and they wanted to hide it from the police at Gilbert, who did absolutely nothing.
Yep, that's true.
So I think the Lord family, they don't care about the money. That what they're doing is making a statement. What they're saying is, be a parent.
Yeah.
If your kid is out there and is running loose in a gang and you don't do anything, we're going to hold you responsible too. I like the statement the Lord family's making.
Yeah, and that's a big part of it. They lost their son. It's an awful, tragic loss. I can't even imagine the pain that they've experienced, and to lose him this way is even worse. I mean, it's as bad as it gets, and they're bringing a wrongful death claim, and they're entitled to compensation if they can show that there's a legal duty, that these parents had a legal duty to do something to protect the public or to pull their son out of this mess. Then they'll potentially, that's worth a lot of money, because wrongful death cases for parents of their kids losing a kid, it's tragic, it's painful, it changes your life forever.
Yeah. All right, it's Thursday. We have just a couple more days. Outspoken against hunger as we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank. We are right at the end of the push to 500,000 meals. We're going to tell you how you can help us get to 500,000 meals. St. Mary's Food Bank coming up next.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Is your air conditioner ready for another blazing Arizona summer? Listen, don't wait until it's too late. You got to get your AC tuned up today by Howard Air and Plumbing. Listen, a simple tune-up can save you hundreds of dollars on your energy bill because if you have an efficient AC, it'll extend the life of your unit. It'll keep your home cool when it matters the most. And let's face it, you don't want to be stuck in your home sweating it out at 110 degrees waiting for a repair. So get the tune-up now. It is not too late. I know it's, end of June. Not too late to call Howard Air and have them come out and tune up that AC. They just did mine this week. Howard Air and Plumbing, they've got certified technicians. They'll inspect, clean, optimize your system. They're fast, friendly, and affordable. And you got to call them, all right? 602-953-2766. Howard Air and Plumbing.
Progressive is here for all of life's needs with protection for your home, auto, business, and more. From timely repairs to customizable coverages and payment options, we make it easy. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
My daughter-in-law, who is a teacher, raved about a shop that not only took care of her car, but supported Chandler's teachers and students. Hi, I'm Carol, and that's how I found Desert Car Care of Chandler. Tom and Brad are amazing. Trust is hard to find, but you'll find it here. Visit Desert Car Care just south of Chandler on Dobson. Check them out at desertcarcare.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Did you know that KTAR News has a YouTube channel? We do. Of course, you can listen to 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and KTAR.com. But on our YouTube channel, you can also watch Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Chris and Joe, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Search up KTAR News on YouTube and subscribe.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now. Attention high schoolers, let's collab this summer with free summer school at Primavera Online. We're offering summer sessions in June and July where students can catch up, get ahead, and have a great summer. Our summer courses are accredited, flexible, can be taken anywhere, and are only 4 weeks long. Plus, there's 24/7 support from Lexi, our friendly and helpful AI chatbot. Primavera is now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 to 12. Enroll today at freesummerschool.com.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 4:30 now. I'm Becky Lynn. AAA Arizona says the recent conflict in the Middle East is not impacting gas prices. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center to tell us more.
It's only averaging about $3.26 across the state. And yeah, that's the cheapest it's been in the last 4 years.
That's Julian Paredes with the Auto Club, who says Arizona's statewide gas prices continue to stay lower than normal, with the price of oil cheaper now than in the last few years. He adds the brief conflict between the U.S. and Iran ultimately did not move the needle.
But it's also the oil industry it's a global industry. It actually takes a pretty long time to react to whatever's happening. And maybe that Iran conflict just came and went so quickly that the net effect was actually pretty low for gas.
And 1 week before the 4th of July, Arizona is above the national gas price average of $3.22, and Phoenix, the average is closer to $3.35. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Arizona could have a bipartisan budget passed for 2026 before a potential government shutdown Monday. Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Senate budget, which was negotiated with the governor, could be voted on as soon as tomorrow.
We sent over a budget to them That has just been sitting in their chamber. We passed out both of their budgets. They've been vetoed. Now they're taking our budget up. They first read it yesterday.
And Friday is the earliest the Senate budget can be passed because state law requires 3 days from a bill's first reading to when it's voted on. An investigation's underway in Gilbert after a 2-year-old was found unconscious in a pool by the family yesterday. Gilbert police arrived at the home on Leah Lane where the family was performing CPR, quickly took over, and the child was taken to the hospital by Gilbert Fire and Rescue, was pronounced dead later that evening. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, go to KTAR.com/water safety. Time to check on the roads right now. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. Traffic slow in the usual places, and when I say that, I mean the westbound 10 at the mini stack all the way up to the stack, and northbound 17 slow as well as the northbound 202 as you're heading toward the I-10 and westward from there. Now, city streets, let's talk about a wreck in Phoenix just reported at 43rd Street and Thunderbird, and something going on at Scottsdale Road and the Carefree Highway right now. Might want to just plan a little extra travel time for that one. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight we'll see a low around 79, then 109 tomorrow. Some extreme heat over the weekend, but by mid next week through our 4th of July holiday, we're going to be back into the low 100s. Right now it's 104 in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Senate President said there could be a budget deal as soon as noon tomorrow. We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Bruce out today. We have Barry Markson in. And Barry, you know, I was out a day last week, and you did a phenomenal job raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank.
Thank you.
Make sure that you're going to be here for a couple hours. Call some of your rich friends again and tell them to text the word food to 620-620 because you got some of your rich friends last week. I need the rest of your rich friends this week.
We did good last week. We had the best day.
You did good.
Yeah.
You did good. So it is the push to 500,000 meals, and we're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank. And not on our watch. Not this summer. We're not going to allow kids to go to bed hungry. We're not going to allow the elderly to not have food, in their refrigerator or their pantry. So we are getting close to 500,000 meals. And someone who's, of course, been the biggest part of this, our friend Jerry Brown, Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. Jerry, how are you today?
Hey, guys. Thank you, both of you, for all you've done. And we've been monitoring the donations that are coming in, and not only the number of donations, but reading the stories, Gatos, has been for people that, maybe I haven't had this problem in my life, but I know people who have, or I grew up with this problem when we were kids. We needed some help from food banks. We needed help to get some meals. Or some of the people that have called and said, yeah, that was my family 2 or 3 years ago, and St. Mary's Food Bank helped. So thank you so much for everybody who's donated through all of this, and we really appreciate hearing your stories.
Yeah, Outspoken Against Hunger. And so when you text the word food to 620-620, you can donate and leave a note. And that was what Jerry was talking about. There was somebody yesterday who, donated and said, I'm donating because my kids are fed. There was someone else who donated and said, I'm donating because I was one of those kids who weren't lucky enough to have a meal or three squares a day. Hey, Jerry, talk about like the first time families that come to St. Mary's Food Bank. What is that like for them?
Yeah, every story is different, but I'll try to meld it into one typical. And, so many people, Gatos, I don't know if you've ever been laid off from a job in your life. I have been laid off from a job in my life. I know what that feels like. I know that pit in the bottom of your stomach. I was like, how am I going to get this done? I've got people that are depending on me. How do I get this done? And people come in, and initially they're very for me? Do I qualify for these kinds of things? And you look at them and you say, hey, are you hungry? Do you need help? Are you having problems keeping the refrigerator full at home? And that's usually when the emotions come out, and you say, yeah, that's what we're here for. That's exactly what we're here for. And then you become a bartender, and they tell you everything that's happened from the beginning to the end, because they know that there's going to be some help for them, and they want you to know, hey, we've had a medical problem involving one of our kids. We've had, something go wrong with a job. We've had some financial difficulty that we just didn't count on, and we just don't have enough to get through we're trying to keep the lights on. We're trying to keep ourselves in our house. We're trying to keep gas in the car so that we can keep looking for a new job. Yeah. But we need some help with food. And that's what St. Mary's Food Bank is all about. And to see those people, I can't tell you how many they have short time, 2 to 3 months, 3-4 months, they need some help. I can't tell you how many people have walked into our lobby or picked up the phone 6 months ago and said, hey, you don't know me, but I needed your help last spring, and you really came through for my family. And I want to send you, I don't have a lot. I want to send you $50. I want to send you $100. I want to give you this check for $100. And I want to make sure that you're here for the next family because you were here for us.
Yeah,
and that's what you see. That's what you see on a daily basis. The great stories that we have are maybe once every couple of months, but that is a daily occurrence at the food bank.
Yeah, and that's the part that really affects me more than anything. Jerry Brown with us from St. Mary's Food Bank is everybody thinks people don't have enough food to eat. They think of homeless people, or they think of folks we see on the street. But that's really, so many of these people are our friends and our neighbors who are living paycheck to paycheck, and suddenly something happens, their car breaks down and they can't afford to get it, or and that means they lose their job, or they have a medical issue or the medical bills rack up and suddenly they can't pay rent, and all of a sudden the food becomes they just need help for a short amount of time, and that's so many of us. It may not be us today, it may not be tomorrow, but there's us, it's our neighbors, it's our friends, it's our family, and we as a community need to step up and do it. And Jerry, it amazes me. You always say you guys were doing 250 now, 300,000 meals a day. Oh. I mean, think about that how many people are in the valley who are being affected by this every single day. You've talked about just in the summertime the amount of water that you're helping people with, getting the water out to everybody in the summer. And also in the summer, I know the big thing is the kids, because a lot of kids get their meals, their breakfast and lunch, it's at school. They're getting a meal or two at school, and now they're not. And it's the St. Mary's Food Bank that's helping those families, helping those kids make sure they're eating. And
our two main locations today, we had close to 2,000 families.
Wow.
I mean, that were in cars, they're standing in line. It's 105 degrees outside. People say, hey, maybe some of these people don't need all the food. Maybe they're just there to get a free. Hey, look, I'll tell you what. If you want to wait in a car for 25 minutes with the air conditioning running for a box of food, I don't think you're getting over on anybody. Mm-hmm. I don't think that if you're standing in line and it's 105 degrees and you have to wait 25 minutes to get that grocery cart with some food so that you can get that, you need that food. Yeah. And that's what people are doing on a daily basis at the food bank. And you're right. There's so many, we're a safety net, Barry. We do help the folks who are homeless. We do help the folks that are in the street. We work with a lot of organizations and provide them the food. And they're the organizations that are the boots on the ground that help those people. But it is that, hey, there's 4 weeks in a year. I've got it for 3 weeks, but the refrigerator's empty for that fourth week. What do I do? And St. Mary's is that gap. We help build that bridge. We help you keep going so that you can keep everything else going in your life. And we'll take care of the food part of it for you for as long as you need it. And what we find is as soon as people don't need it, they stop using our services.
The other thing I love about St. Mary's, Jerry and Gatos, is they've been here for so long. Yeah. We know what they do. We know how efficient they are. How they every meal costs 20 cents. I mean, they're able to do so much. This is not you walking around, trying to help people. This is your money is stretched so far and does so much
for a lot of people.
And it's because of St. Mary's and the operation they have. It's really amazing.
Well, and we're the world's first food bank. We've been around for 58 years. Wow. It should be a great point of pride for the city of Phoenix, that the entire concept of opening a food bank and putting food in so that grocery stores, we can rescue from grocery stores, from places, distribution centers that have extra food, they can give that food to us and know that we're going to be great stewards with that food, and we're going to turn it around and get it to the places who need it. That started 58 years ago in Phoenix in 1967 with a $3,000 loan from the St. Mary's Catholic Church and a bakery building on Central Avenue, and that has turned into something that there's more than 200 food banks across the country, and there's thousands of food banks across the world, and they're all built on the model of Phoenix, Arizona, and St. Mary's Food Bank.
Wow. Hey, Jerry, we're going to bring it home for you. This is our last full week of doing Outspoken Against Hunger, but we'll probably talk to you tomorrow, but we're going to bring it home for you, and thank you for joining us and all that you do.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody who's donated, whether it was $1 or $100. We really need it, and we promise to do the best we can with it.
All right. Jerry Brown, Director of Media Relations, St. Mary's Food Bank. Here's the ask, because this is the final full week. It is our push to 500,000 meals. We've got to do really well today and tomorrow. So I'm going to ask for 20 of you, to text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620, and think of the single mom that is out there that has the pit in the bottom of her stomach. But when she goes to St. Mary's Food Bank, and when she gets that big box of food, the pit in her stomach starts to go away because she knows she can feed her kids. That's where your donation goes. So I need 20 of you. Text the word food to 620-620. Let's feed people. All you got to do is text food to 620-620. Thanks again to Jerry. Let's see how we do this hour. All right, let's see. Coming up next, I'm going to tell you why building a train between Phoenix and Tucson is the dumbest idea I've ever heard in my entire life.
What?
Coming up next.
Is the stock market making you nervous? Well, you're not alone. Now, if you haven't reached out to Trajan Wealth and talked to one of their fiduciary advisors, okay, now you're really sketchy. Listen, occurrences like inflation, election cycles, new laws, interest rates, et cetera, can all affect financial markets. The question is, how are you going to deal with it? The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you, and they can help you today. As a matter of fact, you can get a complimentary sit-down interview with them just by giving them a ring at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Don't leave your retirement up to chance. Start making decisions today that will fundamentally change what retirement looks like for you. 480-990-3300 and online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS, Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. There was a huge chunk of the southwest portion of the U.S. that had its air traffic cleared today. And ABC's Alex Stone explains why.
When fire alarms went off inside the Albuquerque Air Route Traffic Control Center, which is not in a tower but a building where air traffic above 18,000 feet in altitude is handled, it meant clearing that airspace so controllers could evacuate. For a while, the airspace from parts of Arizona through New Mexico and into Texas above 18,000 feet was cleared. Planes were diverted or shifted flight plans out of the airspace. Once the all clear was called and no fire was found, controllers returned and things went back to normal. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on our roads now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The big deal right now is the 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound in Tempe. The slowing begins at Scottsdale Road. There is a wreck over there, and it extends all the way back to Sky Harbor Boulevard. So if you're leaving the airport and getting on the 202 East, you got a little bit of time to sit in quite a bit of traffic. Traffic right now brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. I'm Heather Larson with KTAR News.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots? Whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our exclusive 3-step protocol has helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Our caring team at Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is ready to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
With the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss exclusive 3-step protocol, I dropped nearly 50 pounds. Jamie West here. And by restoring my metabolism, I am keeping that weight off. Schedule your free consultation today. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is Jim Sharp. Friday on Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd how Arizona can have 2 Democratic U.S. senators from the same party and state who react so differently to President Trump.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We got Barry and Bruce is out today. Keep those texts rolling in. Text the word food to 620-620. It's our last full week of Outspoken Against Hunger as we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank, and we're asking you give what you can. I'm asking for 20 people to give as much as they possibly can.
As much as they can.
Text the word food to 620-620. Barry, get on the horn to your rich friends.
Give so much that you need food.
Right. There you go. All right. So they're trying to build It's not light rail. It's not like a light rail thing from Phoenix to Tucson. This is an actual train, right?
The full train service.
Okay, because light rail is garbage. All right, so so Phoenix to Tucson, a train route. Excuse me. It clears another hurdle. Why do we need this?
It's fantastic.
I think it's. I think that it would be two people from Tucson escaping to Phoenix. I don't think anybody in Phoenix would ever use this thing. Who wants to go to Tucson? I don't think anybody's going to go.
Oh, well, look, I'm not a big fan of Tucson, so I'm with you. But number one, all sorts of folks have kids down at U of A. There's a ton of people.
Our two kids went to the U of A.
There you go. And there's a lot of business that goes on down there. When I was practicing, I would drive down. I would handle cases in Tucson. If you get on the road between Phoenix and Tucson all during the day, there's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of people that do it.
The 10.
On the 10, yeah, you go down.
And there is a part where obviously if you take that in the summer and the monsoon rolls in, it is a dangerous stretch of highway.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that's why they're doing this?
I think they're doing it. Arizona is the only state in the country that does not have any train service, the federal train service. It's crazy. We're the only one that doesn't have it. And Gatos, I got to tell you, a few years ago, I wouldn't have thought twice about this or care. But I was in Europe a few years ago for the first time, and I rode on trains in Italy, just going from city to city in Italy, and it was amazing. You'd go into this train station, and you could get there 10, 15 minutes before the train. You'd walk over to the stand, you get on the train, boom, you go. It's a high speed train. You have the feed, whatever you want to do. You get off. It was so convenient, so fast, so quick. It wasn't like going to the airport. You'd have to get there 2 hours early. And I thought to myself, man, if we had this in Phoenix, if I could go to Tucson or Las Vegas or L.A. or San Diego.
Now you got me.
I mean, that would be.
I want one for Vegas. I don't want one for Tucson.
Well, I would agree with that, but you got to start somewhere. You got to start in state. But let's set this up. I would do that over even if it might take longer. I would do that over a train or a plane. If I could go to Vegas or San Diego on a train, it'd be fantastic.
Because the drive from Phoenix to Vegas is dangerous. It is a dangerous stretch of road.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I've been told by some experts, don't take that road, fly.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Wow, that's incredible.
How long do you think it would take to get from Phoenix to Tucson?
On the train?
Because it's a 2-hour drive.
Yeah. Well, yeah, depending on where you're going. It's I'm going to guess it would take an hour.
Can you get me there in 20 minutes?
No, it's not that fast. But
Can you get me there in 30 minutes?
Yeah, probably maybe 45 minutes is my guess.
It's not bad. I hate the drive. We used to make it for the kids all the time. It's just a straight drive.
Yeah.
It's boring.
Super boring.
Oh, there's nothing to look at.
But you don't have to worry about traffic. You don't have to worry about driving around. The Tucson is such a weird city. There's one for the 10 in and out. Otherwise, it's just side streets. There's no freeways. It's a whole mess. I think it'd be great. The train service, if we can do it like Europe does it, if we can do it like Italy did it, where it's so easy, so convenient, so fast, I think people would love it.
But would it help the economy in both cities?
Look,
I don't know.
Is there somebody not going to Tucson or from Tucson to Phoenix because there's no train? Probably not. I think you get in a car, you figure it out. But man, I think it would be better, Gatos. And then I think that's hopefully a first step to saying, hey, here's Vegas, here's to L.A., here's to San Diego, and it starts to open up other things.
You just want to take a train because you think it's cool.
It is cool, but
right.
It's so convenient. It's so comfortable and convenient. It's really great.
Well, make it to Vegas first.
All right,
and then maybe we'll talk Tucson like when we're both dead, like years and 50 years from now.
It is going to take forever. They can just stick in the desert next to the 10. It'd be easy.
All right, Barry, I'm about to throw you some red meat coming up.
What are we doing?
Did you see Kerry Lake get loose?
Oh.
Did you see Greg Stan get loose?
I saw
they
it.
Screamed at each other.
Oh, my goodness.
Somebody called someone gay, I think.
Somebody called someone an adjudicated liar.
We're going to talk about it coming up next. All right. Is your air conditioner working overtime just to keep that blazing Arizona sun, or keep up with the blazing Arizona sun? Here's the deal. It's time to face the facts. Your windows are costing you money. You have old windows. You have leaky windows. You have windows that let the heat in and the cold air, your hard-earned cash out. So if you go right up to your windows, is it hot? Shouldn't be. Most likely, you've just got builder-grade windows. Garbage. Listen, at Advanced Window Products, they specialize in energy-efficient windows built for Arizona's extreme climate. And right now, they've got the Gatos Summer Special. You buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. They have financing available. Save now, pay later. Payments as low as, I think, $150 a month. This is a great investment in your home. How about this? Just have them come out and measure, meet the team, and then go from there. Advanced Window Products have been doing this since 1986. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Don't wait another scorching summer to drain your bank account because you have bad windows. Call Advanced Window Products today, 480-764-2002, or you can visit advancedwindows.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
When you pass away, your home and other assets could go one of two places: to the people you love or to probate court, where the government decides who gets what. Even a will won't keep your estate out of probate. But with a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, your estate could skip probate entirely. So your home, your savings, and other assets go straight to your loved ones. Without a trust, your estate could be tied up in probate court for months or even years. And your loved ones could lose a big chunk of their inheritance just to pay legal fees. Now's your chance to protect them. If you're 60 or older, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP, trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995.
Call 480-896-9597 for your 65% savings. Call by June 26th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. And it all starts with spectacular offers. Available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. Going on now, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventures ahead. No matter how you celebrate the 4th of July, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm: auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber or an AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of Plum Smart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 5-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover Plum Smart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 5 o'clock now. I'm Becky Lynn. Arizona could have a bipartisan budget passed for 2026 before a potential government shutdown on Monday. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to give us the latest.
Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Senate budget, which was negotiated with the governor, could be voted on by the House as soon as tomorrow.
We sent over a budget to them
That has just been sitting in their chamber. We passed out both of their budgets. They've been vetoed. Now they're taking our budget up. They first read it yesterday.
Friday is the earliest the Senate budget can be passed because state law requires 3 days from a bill's first reading to when it's voted on. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Maricopa County supervisors have approved an independent election review. Consulting firm Barry Dunn will work over the next year to inspect many aspects of the election process, including physical security, employee training, and the use of ballot drop boxes. The results of their review will be publicly available without edits or changes and can be expected by June of 2026. AAA Arizona says the recent conflict in the Middle East is not impacting our gas prices. Now, a week before the 4th of July, Julian Paradis with the Auto Club adds Arizona's statewide gas prices continue to stay lower than normal at $3.26.
Given all the turmoil, with the Iran conflict in the last week, it's actually kind of ironic that gas prices in Arizona actually dropped.
He says that's likely due to the brief time frame of conflict and the slow response from the oil industry. Arizona's above the national average of $3.22. In Phoenix, the average is closer to $3.35. Tempe's new red light cameras catching thousands of violations in just a few weeks.
Tempe Police Department has reported over 2,200 traffic violations from red light cameras that were installed this month. From June 6th through the 20th, the new cameras caught 90 drivers running red lights and over 1,300 drivers speeding. Over 7,700 photos are still under review, with each violation carrying a $250 fine. A Tempe spokesperson said that the police department is verifying every violation before a complaint is filed. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
So what exactly did people see streaking across the sky of the southeastern U.S. on Tuesday? ABC's Victor Oquendo has more on what people saw.
The National Weather Service saying it appears either a meteor or space junk crossed the skies of North Georgia. Emergency officials in Henry County, Georgia, outside Atlanta, believe a piece of that object may have crashed through a resident's roof, smashed through the ceiling before cracking the floor.
It's the latest in a string of home burglaries of Hollywood's most famous, and this time police in L.A. are investigating a break-in and burglary at the Los Feliz home of Brad Pitt.
Hollywood superstar Brad Pitt is the latest celebrity victim in a string of brazen home burglaries. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News police responded to a call at the actor's home around 10:30. They say 3 suspects scaled a fence to gain entry to the yard, then smashed through a front window. Pitt was not home at the time. The star's been on the road promoting his new movie F1 here at the London premiere earlier this week.
That's ABC's Trevor Alt. Let's check traffic right here, right now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We've got a lot going on in the East Valley. Let's talk about the I-10 and I-17 split right now. There's a wreck there. Now, this is primarily affecting the westbound lanes of the 17, and that's not all. There's also a wreck at 16th Street and the 10. Now, the thing is here, this is on 16th Street. This is slowing down 6th Street. So that's it for that area. Let's head a little bit northward to the Red Mountain Freeway, the 202 eastbound, heading to Tempe here, right along the Salt River. So this is rough right now. There's a wreck somewhere close to Scottsdale Road and the 202. So this is backing up all the way to Sky Harbor Boulevard. And it's also just backing up all the way to Washington Street at this moment. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, 79, 109 for the high on Friday, and 110 on Saturday. It is going to get a little warmer, but then it's going to get a little bit cooler again later next week. It's 104 in Scottsdale right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2. Oh, Gatos, everybody says hour number 2 is the best hour. Hey, Bruce is out today. We got Barry Markson in.
I love when you play both parts.
It's always fun. It's always fun. Hey, make sure that you are getting involved and you are texting the word food to 620, 620. It is the push to 500,000 meals. We are outspoken against hunger in the month of June. This is the last full week that you can get in and give. We're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank. The 4 o'clock hour, we asked for a lot of money, and you guys went berserk.
Really?
It was awesome.
Wow, awesome.
It may have been the best hour we've had yet.
What?
Yeah. So, in the 5 o'clock hour, here's what I'm asking. We need 20 people to text the word food to 620, 620 and give $100. Now, if you can't afford 100, we're going to take what you can give. Of course we will. But can 20 of you text the word food to 620, 620? Let's feed kids, let's feed the elderly, and let's get to 500,000 meals. We can't do it without you. Text the word food to 620, 620. They ask this hour, 20 people. Text the word food to 620, 620. Can you give $100?
All right.
Barry, I'm just going to say this. I got a text from you yesterday. I'm just going to pull the curtain back. So we have the very popular War Room on Wednesdays at 5.
Yes.
And Barry, you're great on the panel, and you were on the panel yesterday before the 5 o'clock War Room started. Hours before, you texted, "Are we talking about this?" And I said, "Barry, we got 4 segments in the War Room. I can't get it in." You're like, "We need to get this in." I'm like, "I can't do it. We got Iran. We got the budget in Arizona. We've got the immigration we're talking about and all this." You got to get it in, Gatos. I couldn't.
Oh.
So I saved it for you today.
I love that.
All right. I know that you've watched this. I've seen you on X talk about it. There was a massive fight. It was what? Capitol Hill hearing, right?
Yeah, it's a congressional hearing, and it's about Voice of America. And this is we can talk about whether you like it or you don't like it, but this is the organization that has radio broadcasts all over the world in different languages to all these people. And often, most of the time, it's to people who are under dictatorship or authoritarians where they can't get honest news. They can't get, they're getting just what their leader tells them. And it's bringing news from America, but supposed to be truth from around the world so they know. For example, here's a great example. In Iran, what's going on right now, and Iran shut down the internet. People can't get news from outside. They were lying to their own people about the war with Israel. And the voice, I forgot what it's called, the Farsi, Voice of Farsi that Voice of America contributes to, was bringing them the truth. Was bringing them news from the outside world, not just what the Ayatollah was feeding them, but the truth of what was happening, and letting them hear that. And the importance of that, what we found around the world, that soft power that the United States brings is very, very vital. Trump wants to get rid of it. Okay, we can talk about that politically, but that's what the hearing was about.
Okay, and it involved Kerry Lake and Representative Stanton, and they just bashed each other, and that's what I was interested in. This was drag-out nasty.
It was.
So let's play some of it because,
yeah.
oh my. So I want you to think of it. You know, you've got Congressman Stanton. You know, he's got his, you know, they got that long.
He's up with the Congress people.
And then you've got the little table, and then there's Kerry Lake.
And they get 5 minutes, and she's a witness testifying in Congress.
Because she's the head of the Voice of America thing. Okay.
So Stanton gives his 5 minutes.
Stanton starts and just goes absolutely crazy on Kerry Lake.
The American people cannot believe a word you say. You ran for governor in Arizona in 2022. You lost fair and square. Instead of conceding, you embarrassed yourself and our state by lying again and again for years, blaming everything under the sun for your loss except for your own toxic politics.
So Kerry Lake is listening to this, and to be honest with you, and you know, I don't like bringing her up. I think she's never been, you know, she's never going to win.
Never been honest.
She's never been honest. I don't like her. It's not personal.
That's a lot of conspiracy theories. It's been ugly. It's been ugly several years with her.
Right.
You lie about that election to this very day. You lied about signatures on mail-in ballots not matching those on file. Proven wrong.
Is he right here so far?
Yes. There's, by the way,
you lied about ballots being intentionally misprinted and then rejected in Republican areas. Total BS.
Is he right there too?
Yes, he is.
You're sure?
I'm absolutely sure. I know this stuff backwards and forwards.
I know you do.
You lied and said hundreds of thousands of ballots were mishandled. Zero evidence. You claimed fake ballots were snuck into batches before they were counted. Come on.
Okay. So that was Stanton, and then Lake gets to take her pound of flesh.
Yeah. So, but it's important to note what Stanton said, and he was reading. He had a very well prepared statement, and everything he said was truthful. It was much more than that, and everything he said was truthful. And it's look, I'm sure that's not comfortable for Kari Lake to sit there and hear that, and she's in this new position, and she doesn't want to talk about the past. But when you're talking about someone's credibility testifying in front of Congress, that's why Stanton brought it up.
All right, and then Kari Lake gets her few minutes, and she didn't disappoint.
Because that was complete insanity. I wish I could yield back the last 5 minutes of my life, actually. And I want to apologize to the people of Arizona that we
You don't have to apologize. You can apologize for running.
have somebody who's representing the folks in one of our great parts of the Valley that doesn't care about the integrity of our election. So, but you weren't here. You came in late, and we're talking about USAGM today, the Agency for Global Media, and how
She's just getting warmed up. Don't worry.
they can put out absolute abject lies, and we can't control any. We have no say over what the editorial content is, and I would hope that you would not be okay with that. They could literally put out a lie about anybody here, and I know you've been the victim of that. I know you've been the victim. I remember the stories about you where they said you had a gay lover.
Oh gosh!
Now this is a lie.
Oh, for crying out loud!
This is a lie.
Jeez,
first of all, who cares? But regardless of that, what she's saying is there were reports of this, and there were no reports of this. So Kari Lake is repeating.
No reports of a gay lover.
No, find me the article in the Republic.
I don't know.
No, it doesn't exist.
Do you think she made it up on the
no,
fly?
I think again this is the MAGA conspiracy attacks against Democrats, but there's no truth to it. It wasn't something that was reported anywhere real.
That's a smear job right there, right?
It's another lie, and the fact that keep in mind she's sitting there now, and they give her time to respond to what Stanton said. She doesn't say you're wrong about this or that. She doesn't call Stanton a liar. She doesn't say what you're saying is incorrect. She doesn't correct the record. She goes on the personal attack.
All right, let me rewind it before the smear, and then listen to the reaction.
Victim of that. I know you've been the victim. I remember the stories about you where they said you had a gay lover.
Unbelievable.
And those were going on.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, here it comes. Chairman.
Can I
I hope you honor what you just gave as a caution.
Who's this guy? Who's this? He's objecting to what she says.
It sounds like Jamie Raskin, but I'm not sure who it is, to be honest with you. I can't tell.
To everyone, and I moved those words.
To tell you that those kind of lies.
They cut her mic, too.
And you said those were lies. Those kind of lies could be broadcast today on VOA. And you.
Okay.
So it's
oh man,
the amazing thing of this is it's Kari Lake lying again, and not even trying to defend her record, not saying it. Stanton also talked about the fact that she was sued for defamation by Stephen Richer about many of the things he said, those lies, and she, in court, in essence, admitted it because she had accepted a default. She said, "Yes, I am liable for this, for defamation, for lying," and the question was how much are the damages going to be, and she settled that lawsuit out of court, by the way.
Listen, we should thank President Trump for hiring her to do a job that has nothing with this state. It gets her into D.C. We don't even have to think about her anymore.
It's
true.
true.
I would personally like to thank the president for doing that. Possibly his best move as the commander-in-chief.
Well, I have to say, I to see Greg Stanton do that, that came out of nowhere. I didn't know he was going to do that.
Was it necessary for Greg Stanton to do that? Honestly, I don't think it was either.
Here's what I'm going to say is Kari Lake very rarely puts herself, she won't allow herself to be in a position to be asked questions or to be the truth to be said in front of her like that. She's come on the air with us before. She's come on the show, and we ask those kind of questions, but very rarely does she come on and answer questions or hear that sort of thing. So I think it's important. I think it's important for the country to see these election lies are lies. And as he said about Kari Lake, she's an adjudicated liar. The court has found her to be a liar.
Right.
The court has sanctioned her and her attorneys twice for lying. I mean, I think it's important people to understand that. That's where these folks are coming from.
Listen, I'm glad you did a deep dive and told us exactly why this is important. For me, it was the entertainment factor. I think they were both outstanding. That was a big fight feel. All right, coming up next. You're not going to believe this. We're going to talk about the 5th grade murder plot out of Surprise, Arizona.
Oh, my goodness.
It's coming up next, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hey, I want to send you over to my friends at Red Mountain. I want you to talk to the doctors over there. There's so many things that they can do for you that will make you more and more healthy. So let's get into that. Guys, Maybe you know it, maybe you don't. Do you have low T? Do you think you have low testosterone? Because here's what's going on with men suffering from low T more than ever. Stress, poor diet, lifestyle, maybe a little bit of trouble in the bedroom. You're wondering, what's going on with me? You're feeling sluggish. You're losing some mental focus at times. What's going on with me? Go to Red Mountain. Ask about real testosterone prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Increasing your testosterone, you're going to get more energy. You're going to build muscle mass. It's going to help you sleep better. It's going to boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. So, book your free video consultation with their licensed doctors today. When you mention Gatos, you can start for free. You have low T, you can start for free. This month only at Red Mountain. Ask them how you can start for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
5:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. An independent review of Maricopa County elections will be taking place over the next year. Maricopa County supervisors approved a review by consulting firm Berry Dunn and hope it will improve faith in the election process. Physical security, employee training, and the use of ballot drop boxes are all among the topics under scrutiny within this upcoming audit. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on the road home this afternoon for you, Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a couple rough spots. I-17 and the I-10 split right now. It's a rollover crash there that's causing a slowdown, and not to mention 16th Street, also slow with a wreck reported there. And then moving a little bit northward up to the 202 eastbound. That is slow from Scottsdale Road all the way back up to Sky Harbor Boulevard, also Washington Street. And yes, it's the 5 o'clock hour, so we got a lot going on over in Avondale too. I-10 westbound has a wreck at 107th Avenue. Now, that's not on the freeway. That's on the frontage road. So the reason that's slow is because people are looking. So don't look. Traffic is brought to you by Vitalant, Arizona's blood provider. Save lives and donate blood. Sunday, July 6th at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Schedule your appointment at vitalant.org/saveaz. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right. Hey, make sure you're texting the word food to 620-620. It's the push to 500,000 meals. Partner with St. Mary's Food Bank. And this is the last full week you can get your donation in. Let's feed some kids. All right. So there was a murder plot involving fifth graders.
Oh, my goodness.
I know, man.
Fifth graders?
So I'm looking into this story, and I'm like, this cannot be.
How old are people in fifth grade? How old are those kids? 10, 11 years old? What is a fifth grader?
Six. Well, second grade. My wife was a second grade teacher. Was 6 or 7 years old in there, so...
Yeah, like I know seventh grade, you're like, what, 12 and 13? So, yeah, they're like 10 or 11 years old. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so what happened in Surprise? These are disturbing details. I mean, what is happening? We've got police reports about a murder plot involving fifth graders. Let's take a listen.
Just end him. That was the goal of a group of 10 and 11-year-old girls who Surprise police say wanted to kill a boy at school.
All right. So the first thing, Barry, is, of course, you take everything seriously in this day and age. But, like, if you have a bunch of girls that say, I want to kill that boy, like, my first thought would be, yeah, right.
Yeah.
They want to be mean to him or something.
Yeah.
They don't actually want to end his life.
Right. But that's not, there was much more to this than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The motive? He's accused of cheating on one of them, so she wants him
Cheating on-
dead.
Hang on a minute. They're
fifth graders.
They're not having sex.
I hope not.
So he kissed another girl? Like,
that
what?
could be cheating when you're in fifth grade.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
The murder plot was simple. According to the police report, 4 fifth-grade students at Legacy Traditional School's West Surprise campus planned to lure a classmate to the charter school's outside bathroom and stab him in the stomach.
Oh, for my
goodness
gracious.
Stab him in the stomach? What were they going to use to stab him?
And each girl had a role to play to get away with it. One would bring the knife. Another would forge a suicide note to make it seem like he took his own life.
Oh, my.
And someone would act as a lookout while the other carried out the stabbing.
That's insane. I mean, Gatos, don't even know what to say to this. This is so ridiculous. So 10 and 11-year-old girls, and with detail and planning and who's going to do what.
How far did they go?
And to avoid fingerprints on the murder weapon, they would wear gloves.
I mean, this is this is deep. This is thought out. So, like I told you, at first glance, you hear, oh, there's some 11 and 12-year-old girls who want to murder a kid in their class. Yeah, they're not going to go. They've got the details and the plot and how to get away with it all in line.
Documents say the friends came up with the plan during lunch and recess on October 1st. Legacy administrators worked with the school resource officer to investigate when students who overheard the plot came forward.
And I think that is
good for them, by the way.
Yeah. And by the way, this is a AZ family doing a great job in this story.
Wow.
You always have to tell your kids, if you hear something or you see something and it just doesn't look right, just tell an adult. It doesn't mean that you're squealing on somebody. If you see something that's strange, just go tell an adult.
Good on those kids for saying that, because that's just so crazy that they're doing that. And Gatos, I mean, I'm not trying to sound flip about it, but you'd almost expect that kind of thing from teenage girls or boys, where the hormones are going crazy and your brain's on fire and you don't know what's going on, and even then it would be crazy to hear this. But for 10 and 11-year-old girls to plot someone's murder, this is crazy. It's nuts. What do they do with these kids?
Yeah, they arrested them.
So they go to juvie hall?
All 4 children were arrested on charges of threatening and misdemeanor disorderly conduct. Goodness. So you're the lawyer. What kind of punishment is that?
Well, they're obviously minors. They're juveniles. They're not going to be tried as adults or anything. So I'm assuming it's some sort of counseling and other things. Mostly, I don't even know you want to put them in juvenile hall for very long. But this is very dangerous, to be plotting a murder. Now, they also need to see, was it just one little conversation where they thought they were joking? I saw something that said 3 of the girls apologized and showed remorse, and one of them was just laughing and smiling and making excuses.
That's the one that I'm looking at, and you have to ask the question:
is she a psychopath?
Is there something really, really disturbing about her?
Yeah,
because that is not a normal reaction.
Right.
If you're 10 or 11 and you get caught doing, it doesn't even matter. It could be something as frivolous as you steal something from you steal a book from the library, and then you get caught. You're 10 or 11. You're like, oh crap.
Yeah.
My parents are going to kill me. There was one of the kids, like I'm thinking, looked like the Joker in this thing, right? Smiling and laughing.
Yeah. No, and just that's scary. And I can't imagine they have to be kicked out of school. They can't go back to that school.
No.
Right? So that's over. I mean, their parents must be mortified by this. And
how about the little boy's parents?
Oh, I mean, thank goodness those other kids came forward. I mean, look, who knows if this actually would have happened, but my goodness.
Yeah, would they have followed through?
That's a big step to stab somebody. But if the crazy one, the Joker, had the knife, then you don't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is an insane story coming out of Surprise, Arizona, with a murder plot that involved 5th graders.
Right here in the Valley. That's just so crazy.
Goodness gracious.
Right? Our own Surprise, Arizona. Surprise.
Coming up next, let's talk about the KTAR-Marte situation. Arizona Diamondbacks second baseman. I think it's important to discuss this. Bruce and I did a little bit yesterday. But the fan who heckled KTAR-Marte about his deceased mother, I want to ask this question. Are we being too hard on the fan?
Really?
Coming up next.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right, let's talk about your roof. Did you get the pre-storm inspection? This is something that you need. You need the pre-storm inspection of your roof by America Roofing. Let's talk about what happens with your roof, right? The Arizona heat ages your roof. UV damage, shingle curling, material cracking. When's the last time you had your roof checked? By the way, we're supposed to get some rain next week, Thursday and Friday. I know. What's happened to the Arizona summer of the blazing 120? Well, you got to make sure your roof is ready to go. And you can still get the pre-storm inspection of your roof. It's free from America Roofing if you mention Gatos. They have the largest company roofing company statewide. It's a huge company, which is great for you. They can get a lot of these roofers out to your house quickly. So check them out at americaroofingco.com, or you can call them. Make an appointment. Don't be surprised and get a leak this summer after it rains. 602-960-ROOF, 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
In the heat of the summer, you gotta have All Pro Shade Concepts. Cool any space down by 20 degrees with our commercial-grade manual or motorized drop shades. Or you can block the sun with a motorized awning, and at night, light it up underneath with the built-in LEDs. We can even upgrade your outdated system. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free at-home estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. AAA Arizona says the recent conflict in the Middle East is not impacting gas prices. KTAR's Balin Overstoles joins us live from the News Center to tell us more.
It's only averaging about $3.26 across the state. And yeah, that's the cheapest it's been in the last 4 years.
That's Julian Paredes with the Auto Club, who says Arizona's statewide gas prices continue to stay lower than normal, with the price of oil cheaper now than in the last few years. He adds the brief conflict between the U.S. and Iran ultimately did not move the needle.
But it's also the oil industry it's a global industry. It actually takes a pretty long time to react to whatever's happening. And maybe that Iran conflict just came and went so quickly that the net effect was actually pretty low for gas.
And 1 week before the 4th of July, Arizona is above the national gas price average of $3.22, and Phoenix to average is closer to $3.35. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
In a televised address to his nation, Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei claimed to have hit back on the U.S. after President Trump ordered strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. ABC's Marcus Moore is in Tel Aviv with more on the Supreme Leader's message.
He's claiming victory over Israel and the United States, even claiming that Iran's missiles destroyed a U.S. base in Qatar. The U.S. and Qatar, of course, dispute that. U.S. officials say Qatar intercepted all of the missiles that were fired that night, and there were no reports of casualties or damage.
A 2-year-old has died in Gilbert after being found by family in a backyard pool. First responders were called to the home on Leah Lane, where they worked to save the child, who was quickly taken to the hospital, and were told the child died a short time later. The investigation continues. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, you can go to KTAR.com/water safety. Right now, let's get a check on the road home. We've got Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We'll start with the bad news, and that is the I-10, I-17 split is still a pretty rough spot. And this is actually affecting the westbound 17, the Maricopa Freeway, because there is a rollover crash there at the split. So that's the bad news. The good news is that the 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound is starting to look a lot better. It's still a little bit slow from Priest to Scottsdale Road, but it's better than it was due to an earlier wreck. So, things are looking up, at least for that part of the valley. Traffic brought to you by Vitalant, Arizona's blood provider. Save lives and donate blood on Sunday, July 6th at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Schedule your appointment at vitalant.org/saveaz. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
79 for the overnight low, and tomorrow's high 109. We're going to get pretty toasty over the weekend, but cool off again next week. It's 104 in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Forget self-driving cars and Waymo taxis. Phoenix is ground zero for a new autonomous pilot program. Why the next time you call 911 might get you a flight with no captain. Tomorrow at 3:30 on our Headline Volley on the Chris and Joe Show.
All right, this portion of the show is brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
All right, Bruce is out. That's Barry. We have asked you. I've got a big ask right now. This is the biggest one.
All right.
We're outspoken against hunger.
Oh, yeah.
Partner with St. Mary's Food Bank, trying to feed kids who aren't getting the meals this summer, because at school they would get breakfast and lunch. And now we have many kids in the Valley who are getting their first meal at night. And so we've been outspoken against hunger this entire month. So I'm going to ask 5 people.
5.
Is there 5 people that could give 1,000 each? I know it's a big.
Really?
I know it's a big ask.
Wow.
I know it's a big ask. And I really don't know what else to say. We've had 20 people text and give 100. Over like in the last hour,
wow,
which has been
great.
unbelievable.
That's fantastic.
So I've gotta raise the stakes, because we've only got a couple more days here. Can we get 5 people to text the word food to 620-620? Text the word food to 620-620 and give 1,000 each.
All right.
Because we are getting close to the push. 500,000 meals.
Yeah, that's amazing.
All right?
That's amazing.
So I'm asking for 5 people. Let's see if we can do it. Let's
All right.
ask for 5 people, $1,000. And obviously, if you're out there and you want to be part of this, we'll take whatever you give us. Obviously, that'll go to feed a lot of hungry people.
Every little bit helps, that's for sure.
Okay, so, this has been one of the big stories in Arizona the last few days. We have Arizona Diamondbacks second baseman Ketel Marte breaking down in tears on the field just a couple of days ago, and it was during a pitching change, and we're wondering what is going on. I mean, it's not, that's something you don't see, every day, and it turns out that in Chicago, while the D-backs were playing the White Sox, there was a fan that yelled derogatory comments towards Ketel Marte about his deceased mother.
Yeah. And his mom died in a car accident in 2017.
Tragically. Yeah. And it's about the most despicable thing that you can say. This is a 22-year-old who was in attendance at the White Sox game.
Yep, in Chicago.
And decided, well, today I'm going to get under that guy's skin, and I know how to do it. I'm going to trash his dead mother, and I'm going to heckle him about it. And so we've talked about this the last couple days, and it goes without saying. It's disgusting. It's horrifying that anyone would say something like that. Listen, you can say whatever you want. I get it. You can say whatever you want, but there's going to be repercussions. And so Major League Baseball has banned this fan from every ballpark in the nation.
Yeah, which is a lot.
It's a lot. So let me bring something up that no one else has brought up.
All right.
Nobody likes what this guy did. Nobody. It's disgusting. It's despicable. But why can't we give him an opportunity to apologize? I mean, are we actually being a little bit too harsh on this guy? You know how crazy that sounds. We know a few things about this guy. We know he's 22. We know what he said about Ketel Marte's mom. Horrible. And we know that he was remorseful about it. Now, you could believe that. Maybe he was trying to show remorse and he really wasn't remorseful. But I kind of think that the road we should go down here is he should have an opportunity to apologize. And I'm talking a real apology to Ketel Marte. Well, and I think like, you're 22 years old. He was probably drunk. I'm not letting him off the hook. It's disgusting what he did. But, can we get an apology from him and maybe a moment between the two of forgiveness?
Look, I think he should have an opportunity to apologize if he's shown remorse. Look, he could have got out of hand. Maybe he thought it was being funny. He's just being a fan, trying to get under the skin of the other side, and he didn't realize the effect it would have. And that seems silly that he would do it anyway, but okay. So I think he could apologize. Does that mean that Ketel Marte has to go sit down with this guy? I don't want to do that if I'm Ketel Marte. Screw this guy. Like, he wants to apologize publicly. If Ketel says I'll meet with him, that's fine. But I don't think he needs to do that. But you know what this reminds me of, Gatos? You remember Steve Kerr?
Sure.
Former U of A basketball player, played down in Tucson. Now, of course, the world-famous coach of the Golden State Warriors. And
if you thought what happened with Ketel Marte was bad, this is...
I mean, so Steve Kerr's dad, who was in the State Department of some sort. I can't remember. He's an ambassador somewhere. He was somewhere in a foreign country. He was killed. Assassinated by terrorists, yes. So it was awful. And Steve Kerr's in college. He's a college kid playing basketball for the U of A, comes up to ASU for the rivalry game in Tempe. And the students here in Tempe start chanting about his father, just saying the worst things about his father. It was disgusting. And I'm an ASU fan. I mean, I'm an ASU alum. I'm an ASU fan. It was disgusting.
There was a group of people that did it.
Yeah, it was gross and disgusting. And ASU apologized. But that's what this reminded me of. Actually, what happened to Steve Kerr was even worse because it was a group of people. They're chanting it. It didn't stop, and it just reminded me of that. And people go to these games and they act like these people, that the athletes aren't people, that they don't have families, they don't have feelings, they don't have things that they're dealing with. When did we become so disgusting? Like, would you go up to someone whose mom was killed 6 or 7 or 8 years ago and just on the street and just start saying that kind of? Of course you wouldn't. What makes you think it's okay to say that at a baseball game? And we talk about, Gatos, you've seen this too, but the keyboard warriors. We all see people don't like me when I'm on the radio and they send something nasty back, and it's like, really? Like, wow. I mean, it's incredible. And it's almost like this separation that's occurred. And I always tell this story, but when I used to get a lot more emails about things, and people would just attack and be so mad. So I would write back, and I did this every time. I said, I'm really sorry you didn't enjoy the show today. I hope you try me again. Sometimes, and every time I just kind of write a conciliatory email back, just like a person. 100% of the time, the person who was just lambasting me would write back, I'm so sorry. I really do like when you're on, or you're right, I can disagree with. They all became a person again when they saw a person respond and we weren't yelling at each other. But what gets you from being a person and a human being to getting to that level? I don't know.
I don't know either.
But
gross. Should we cancel a 22-year-old?
Yes.
I said, I don't think so. I think that there's got to be some forgiveness in there. And, maybe it makes the situation better. Ketel Marte can say, I forgive you. And we can all move on. We've all had our bad moments. This is a really bad moment. I mean, I get where you're saying. Like, I actually had someone write a letter and send it to the station. Right, and I don't open any of that stuff. Somebody opened it for me. I don't know where it goes. I don't have a mailbox.
Gato's in touching that stuff.
I don't even know where it goes. But someone
Gato says
handed
people
it.
Here. He's got a flunky that opens the mail.
Somebody handed it to me and said, "You got to read this." And so it was someone who wrote a handwritten letter to me and said, "I heard what you said on the radio. I went on social media. I said something that made me feel horrible after I wrote it and sent it, and it's all." And I just wanted to apologize.
Wow.
And I thought that was cool. And
that is cool.
I don't want to cancel the 22-year-old. I want this situation. I want him to learn something. But here's the thing. Being banned from every baseball park, is that really learning something? He can go and walk in any baseball park. There's no teeth to that thing. You don't need it. What are they going to put a big sign, a big picture of him up in front of every baseball stadium? And, we can't let that guy in? I'd really like to see him and Ketel Marte have at least, maybe it's a phone call. Maybe it's a FaceTime. I don't know if it's face-to-face because the Ketel Marte has every reason to punch the guy in the mouth.
If Ketel wants that, then I'm all for it. But to put that on him, he's gone through enough. By the way, I will say most of these places have facial recognition now that just knows when you walk in the door. And there was a story years ago. The guy who owned the Madison Square Garden was mad. There's a law firm suing him. He set up where every lawyer in that law firm was banned from Madison Square Garden. They lived in New York, and they put it up on the facial rec. And if you walked in the building, security was on you and escorted you out.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can do it. It's not even that hard anymore. You can do it.
Barry, we got one person giving $1,000. We need 4 more.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for that person.
All right, so it's a big ask. Text the word food to 620-620. We're outspoken against hunger. We need 4 more people. Can 4 of you give $1,000? I know it's a big deal. But it's going to feed children, all right? Coming up next, let's see. Trump gets a big immigration win, but does it set a dangerous precedent? We're going to talk about it coming up next. All right, the Arizona Painting Company, they're headed out to my house probably in the next month. They will paint the interior. That's right. Last summer, around this time, they painted the exterior of my house. And this summer, they're going to do baseboards, ceilings, walls, closets, and I'm telling you, the look in my house it's going to be totally different. We've got a lot of beige going, and my wife decided, I don't like the beige anymore. Okay. She's going to go for a lighter color, kind of whitish, or it doesn't matter to me. As long as she picks the color. I don't know how to pick a color. By the way, the Arizona Painting Company, they can help you pick paint colors if that's not your thing. They actually have someone whose job is to help you pick paint colors. And it's going to lighten up the look of our home, and we're really looking forward to it. If you want to get your home painted, let's say the inside, and you say, you know what, I got the kids home this summer. That's all right. The Arizona Painting Company, they're experienced at working while the kids are home. They work around the clutter. They paint your house in sections, and it is super easy for them. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you some information about how you can hire the Arizona Painting Company.
When you pass away, your home and other assets could go one of 2 places: to the people you love or to probate court, where the government decides who gets what. Even a will won't keep your estate out of probate. But with a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, your estate could skip probate entirely. So your home, your savings, and other assets go straight to your loved ones. Without a trust, your estate could be tied up in probate court for months or even years. And your loved ones could lose a big chunk of their inheritance just to pay legal fees. Now's your chance to protect them. If you're 60 or older, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP, trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995.
Call 480-896-9597 for your 65% savings. Call by June 26th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Today, the Pentagon disclosed it has been studying a possible strike on Iran's nuclear facilities for 15 years across multiple administrations. The detail coming as President Trump pushes back on a leaked intelligence report that says Iran's program was set back a few months, while the president insists it was obliterated.
The head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog said Fordow, which is Iran's most important nuclear facility, suffered enormous damage and it was no longer operational, but they stopped short of saying that it has been completely obliterated, as President Trump has suggested.
That's ABC's Rachel Scott. For all of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. If you need more news, now go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now. Here is Heather Larson live with a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. There is still that accident they're working to clear at the I-17, I-10 split, so that should be clearing soon. The backup starts at westbound 17, the Maricopa Freeway. It goes all the way to 24th Street, and there's also this little problem where 16th Street is slow getting on and off of the I-17. And that's not all. There's one more problem to report right now. There is a wreck at the intersection of Arizona Avenue and Pecos Road in Chandler. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save during the Valley Chevy July 4th event. Going on now. Find spectacular offers now at Garrett Motors and Coolidge today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Life Changer Loan has a question for you. If you have great credit, then why are you financing your home the same way people with poor credit do? The traditional 30-year fixed was created for those with bad credit, where the bank doesn't trust the borrower. They stretch out payments over 30 years. You pay all your interest up front to the bank. You have no access to your equity. And if you ever miss repayments, they will foreclose. Now, why shouldn't your mortgage match your credit and how you handle your finances? At Life Changer Loan, you're in control. You can pay off, pay down, borrow back, and do it all on your timeline. I mean, it's up to you. You've earned it. So if you got great credit and you're good with money, then you should not be in a traditional mortgage. You need to be in a Life Changer Loan. Head over to lifechangerloan.com right now. That's lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
LaDonna Harvey here, Arizona's Morning News. So does APS really need another 14% out of you for the power bill? We'll talk to the leader of a group who is very much opposed. Tomorrow morning on Arizona's Morning News.
I was on with LaDonna and
is this real?
Jim, sorry.
I wasn't sure if that was a bit or something.
They were nice enough to invite me on today at 7:14.
Well, that obviously isn't going to happen again.
No, of course not. And they were nice enough to invite me on. We talked about our Outspoken Against Hunger campaign. We have a couple more days left. Last full week.
Yes.
So LaDonna gave a nice big donation.
Oh.
Love it. And listen, the donations are pouring in. If you want to help feed children, feed the elderly, how about this one? Sharon, $25. Here's the note she left. I received food from St. Mary's when I was in need, having my 5 grandchildren placed in my custody. I am grateful. That's where your donation goes. Harry and Jim donated $100. This is our second donation. Why? That's how we were raised. And because you reminded me, I never knew hunger. Never. Thanks for the reminder and the opportunity to help.
That's great.
Yeah, you can, when you text the word food to 620-620 and you give, you can also leave a note. You can leave a message. Some of these are just incredible.
Well,
incredible.
It's a thing we don't think about, Gatos. It's not people living on the streets and stuff, although that too. But it's our neighbors. It's people that we don't realize are suddenly going through a financial tsunami,
and they need help.
And it's not, they don't need help forever. They just need a help. They need a hand up. Just help us for a moment. Let me get my feet back under me. And that's what St. Mary's does, and that's what we do. And you know, I think for everybody, if you walked up and said to somebody, "Hey, this is a family of 4. They're just on super bad times right now. They're trying to get their feet back under. Will you help out?" They'd say yes. And you're giving them that opportunity here is to jump in there, give what you can, and help our neighbors.
Are there 5 of you that could text the word food to 620 and give $100 before the end of the hour?
Oh my goodness,
$100. 5 of you text the word food to 620. That is my ask. So the president has had what I think a pretty good week. The bombing of the nuke sites. We don't know how much damage was done. I think a lot more damage than we only sent him back 2 weeks. I don't buy that. Not with the amount of bombs that we dropped. But he also got a big immigration win. I guess he can now deport certain immigrants to third countries. Is that what he did with the one guy who had the MS-13 thing on it, or he did or didn't, and then they put him in, El Salvador?
Yeah, so the people who went to El Salvador were mostly, there were people who were from Venezuela or other countries that we do not have an agreement to deport people to. So
why is it a big deal that the president... If he wants to send someone to a different country other than their country of origin, why is that such a big deal?
Because that's the law. So you're supposed to send, if you're going to deport someone, you're supposed to send them back to their own country.
But the Supreme Court said he can do this.
Well, they're saying they can do it now. So because the problem is, what you send them back to another country, what if the country doesn't want them? Right? If you have a Venezuelan passport and you don't have, other countries don't have to take you. That there's all these issues.
Don't they have to tell Venezuela that we're sending someone? I mean,
Venezuela
you can't
won't
just drop them off.
No, Venezuela won't take them. You have to have an agreement with them. So you'll remember at the beginning of Trump's this term, there was one country that said we're not taking anybody. I think it was Colombia, and Trump said, "Well, if you're going to do that, then here we go." And here come the tariffs and all the other stuff we're going to start doing. And the president said, "Oh," the president of Colombia said, "Oh, sorry, we'll take them."
Okay,
and that's what changed. So, but you have countries like Cuba and Venezuela and Iran and places that we don't have arrangements with them. So what do you do with those people? And Trump wants them out. So he's saying, send them to El Salvador. Now it's send them to South Sudan, which I'm sure is a lovely area, Gatos. My goodness.
All right.
Crazy stuff.
We'll talk about it a little next hour as well. We got another hour on the show. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Barry Markson is in today. And we're still looking for those 5 generous folks to text the
Jump
word
in there.
food to 620. Can you give $100 by the end of the hour? We'll meet our quota. It's the push to 500,000 meals heading towards St. Mary's Food Bank. All right. Coming up next, we're going to talk about Preston Lord. His parents are suing the parents of the kids who killed him.
Yeah. Big lawsuit, wrongful death lawsuit.
All right. We're going to talk about that next. Stick around. All right, Lund Mortgage. You can go lundmortgage.com. Go to lundmortgage.com. Here's why you need the Lund Mortgage team. Right now, if you look around and you're thinking, I want to buy a house, it has become a buyer's market in the Valley. We have 18,000 homes vacant right here in the Valley. We have homeowners currently wanting to sell their home, and they're dropping the price. And this is why you get in now. This is why you get in now. Don't be on the sidelines. Maybe you think that the interest rates are too high. Hey, listen, I'll be the first to say it. So the One Mortgage team, they're not great. They're not great. But they will go down. And the One Mortgage team can always refinance you later on. I wouldn't look at those mortgage rates and immediately say, well, I'm not buying a house now. Call the One Mortgage team. Talk about purchasing a house. They'll get you pre-approved for a mortgage, and it's free. Go through the steps. Go through the process of purchasing a house. They'll tell you how much house you can afford. They'll get you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. 623-875-9940. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-900-0000, 800-900-0000.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
What's the secret to a solid night's sleep as financial markets run wild? Thinking too much about inflation. Catch the Wealth Factor with Bobby Iacchino on KTAR, Saturdays at 2 p.m. When headlines spell chaos and your mind is spinning, let Bobby slow your brain down to a walk. Bobby's got 3 decades in markets, and he knows what to look at. Tune in and listen for yourself. The Wealth Factor, this Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Iran's foreign minister says his country has not yet reached an agreement to return to negotiations with the U.S. on its nuclear program, and that no date has been set for a potential meeting. Now, that's counter to what President Trump says. ABC's Rachel Scott has more from Washington.
New questions about the president's claims that Iran and the U.S. would be meeting next week.
We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary.
But the White House press secretary says there is no meeting on the books.
We don't have anything scheduled as of now.
What is the holdup here in trying to schedule it? Are you experiencing any resistance from the Iranians?
No, have some patience.
The supreme leader sounding defiant in his first public statement since the attack, claiming the U.S. failed to achieve anything significant and adding Trump, quote, grossly exaggerated.
The countdown continues to avoid a state government shutdown. The Arizona legislature needs to pass a budget by Monday to avoid one, and KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center with an update.
Senate President Warren Peterson tells the Mike Broomhead Show the Senate budget, which was negotiated with the governor, could be voted on by the House as soon as tomorrow.
We sent over a budget to them that has just been sitting in their chamber. We passed out both of their budgets. They've been vetoed. Now they're taking our budget up. They first read it yesterday.
Friday is the earliest the Senate budget can be passed because state law requires 3 days from a bill's first reading to when it's voted on. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Maricopa County supervisors have approved an independent election review. Consulting firm Barry Dunn will work over the next year to inspect many aspects of the election process, including physical security, employee training, and the use of ballot drop boxes. The results of their review will be publicly available without edits or changes and can be expected by June 2026. Arizona Public Service, APS, the largest utility in the state, has filed paperwork for a 14% rate hike to be put into place.
The president of Conservatives for Responsible Stewardship joined Arizona's Morning News to explain how this directly affects APS customers.
That'll add $20 to folks' monthly electric bill, and it comes on the heels of an 8% rate hike just last year.
Dave Jenkins also mentioned that these rate hikes are in addition to the $12 a month fuel surcharge that APS put into place back in 2023. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
Another tech giant could soon be setting up shop in Arizona. SoftBank's billionaire founder, Masa Son, is reportedly considering a partnership with TSMC to build a $1 trillion AI industrial complex, according to a recent Bloomberg report. While Arizona Chamber of Commerce President and CEO Danny Seiden can't comment on any specific details, companies around the globe are looking at Arizona as a place to do business.
These types of projects are being pitched because of what's happening in Arizona, because you have a TSMC, the most important company in the world, making the most advanced chips in the world here in our state. They are an ideal customer for a project like was mentioned in that story.
Seiden says Arizona offers streamlined regulations, reliable energy, and a skilled and growing labor force. Checking Wall Street, the Dow jumped 404 points today and closed out the day at 43,386. S&P was also up 48, and the NASDAQ rose 194. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic for us now. It's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We're heading to Chandler, where things are a little slow on the 202 eastbound, the Santan Freeway. That's because there's a disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane there on that 202 loop eastbound near Cooper Road, and traffic is backed up to Arizona Avenue. Again, that's the HOV lane, and there is somebody there by that vehicle, so if you could slow down in the least or get to the right at the most, that would be a lot safer for everybody at this hour. Traffic brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off or 1 year same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
79 for the overnight low temp, 109 tomorrow, and then it's going to get quite toasty over the weekend. In fact, we have an extreme heat warning. It'll cool off starting mid-next week through our 4th of July holiday. Right now in Tempe, it's 103. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It's hour number 3.
Oh, it's the best hour, Gatos.
Oh, it's the best hour, Gatos. Bruce is out. We got Barry Markson in.
Hello.
Hello, Barry. All right, our push.
I love the third hour.
I know you do, because it means you get to go home. I like the third hour because it means I'm going to eat in an hour. That's what it means for me. I start getting hungry. It's our push to 500,000 meals. St. Mary's Food Bank. We're outspoken against hunger and how you can give. Coming up in just about 7 minutes. You're going to want to hear this story. All right. Let's see, Bear. The Preston Lord murder.
Oh my goodness.
Preston Lord's parents are going after Ma and Pa Goon. So the mother and father of some of these goons, the Lord family is going to sue them.
Yeah.
So the first example is the parents of one of the murderers, Jacob Meisner.
This is the second one, actually.
Okay, second.
Yeah.
They're being sued. The parents of Jacob Meisner are being sued for negligence in the death of Preston Lord. Now, I'll be the first to say this. When we talk about Preston Lord, it's all emotion for me. And I just admit it. I want these murderers thrown in jail. I want their parents sued because I think some of them knew what was going on. Certainly, the head of the Gilbert Police Department should get sued. He should lose his job. He's horrific. But it's a lot of emotion for me because I've met some of the people that were close to Preston, and they're just wonderful people. And what happened to him was just so horrific that I want the Lord family to get a few wins here. I want to ask you as our legal analyst, is this something that has happened before? We've got parents that may have knowingly had an inkling that their child was being violent, and the parents are the ones that are going to get sued as well.
Yeah, yes, it has happened before. It's not normal. This doesn't happen in many circumstances, but it does happen more often than where you see it in a car accident type of a case, where parents give a car to one of their kids. The kid gets in an accident, and people will sue and say the parent knew or should have known that the kid wasn't really ready to drive.
See, I've never heard of that. So that does happen.
Oh yeah, there's a thing. It's called negligent entrustment. It's you're giving your car to someone who doesn't have a. Let's say I know you, Gatos. I'm going to make something up. Let's say you've had 3 accidents this year and you've got 2 tickets and you don't know what you're doing behind the wheel and you're a danger. Okay. And I say, Gatos, go ahead and use my car, drive it around.
Right.
You get in an accident, they're going to sue you for driving, but they're going to sue me too for giving you my car.
Are they going to be successful?
Yes. If, in that circumstance, you'd have to show, there's law about it, and that you have to show that I had knowledge of it and I didn't care and I gave you the car anyway. Now, there's all kinds of case law about someone stealing the keys. Does that count of it? And if I leave the keys sitting in my house and my son steals my car, takes my car without permission, is that negligent entrustment? Should I have hidden the keys?
Negligent entrustment.
There's all sorts of stuff. So that's not what this is. This is a little bit different, but but it's in that same vein. So the question here is, did Jacob Meisner's parents, the goon, know or should they have known that he had violent tendencies, that he was out hurting people? Now, remember, killing Preston Lord wasn't the first time Jacob Meisner and a lot of these goons were doing violent stuff. We have video. The police have video of at least 2 other occasions where Jacob Meisner and other goons were beating kids, other teenagers, and a third time in video where Meisner's there but doesn't actually kick or hurt anybody yet. Looks like he wanted to, but didn't actually do it. So the question is, number one, is there evidence that the parents knew? Did they know this kid was their son was doing these bad things? And did they not do anything about it?
Because you said, did the parents know? There are 2 things. Should they have known?
Right.
The answer is yes.
Right.
But I don't know how you prove should they have known. Did they know?
Right.
I'm not sure how you prove that either.
It's about notice. So did they have actual notice? So actual notice is, my son told me, what'd you do last night? I went out with a bunch of my friends and we beat the crap out of this kid.
But that's never going to come out. They're going to lie.
Or they're on social media and they've seen stuff on social media. Now they can pull the parents' phones. They can see if they're on Snap and find things out. That's possible. But let's assume they didn't know. Let's assume they just didn't know. They put their head in the sand. They had no idea what was going on.
Right.
The question then is, should they have known?
Yes, of course they should have.
Did they have a duty to be looking at their son's social media, asking him questions, who are you going out with, what's going on? And if that's so, do they have some independent negligence? They didn't go out there and beat Preston Lord.
No.
But did they have independent negligence to his family for his death? And that's the question.
If some of these parents did know, is there really a difference between putting a boot to the kid's head and knowing that your kid is putting a boot to somebody else's head?
I think there's certainly a difference between saying my son gets in fights at school, my son's going to kill somebody. I mean, those are different things. Now these kids were much more violent. This wasn't just a high school fight. I mean, they're ganging up on a kid and all of them beating and kicking him. This is way different than Gatos and what you and I saw in high school when kids were getting fights or pushing over a girl or whatever.
Right.
This is a much different thing. But these lawsuits are real, and there's real exposure here to the Meisner parents and these other parents. Some of the, by the way, this. Some of the goons were adults, where they were already 18 or over when this happened. You can't sue the parents for that one. You're an adult. But for the ones who were still minors, who were still under 18 when this happened, this is the suit that they're going to go to the parents and say, you share in the civil liability. You share that here with your son.
Why isn't there a lawsuit against the Gilbert Police Department?
Well, that could come. I mean, I don't know what's going to come next. I mean, you'd have to show some. First of all, the police have qualified immunity. It's a very high standard to sue a police department.
But they knew what was going on and did nothing.
Well,
you can prove that they knew what was going on and did nothing. I think it's easier to nail the Gilbert PD, who stood by and didn't really care for years that this stuff was going on. You can prove that. I don't know if you can prove that a parent knew.
I think politically and as talking about it, I think you can make that argument. That's a much harder prove in court. The burden of proof to say that about a police department is very, very, very high. So you'd have to know almost to the extent that the police department knew what was going on. They knew they did this every Thursday night. They knew they were going to do it again tonight. They had information that they were going to meet out again. Like there's text messages between these goons saying, we're going out tonight. We're 10 strong. We're 10 deep.
Yeah.
We're going to beat the crap out of somebody. If the police had that, if they were somehow on that phone and they knew that was going to go on and didn't do anything, we can have a discussion about that.
Yeah, I want someone to prove what I think, and it was a cover-up.
That it was a Gilbert cover-up.
Oh, yeah.
Gilbert police cover-up.
Oh, yeah, between the mayor, Solberg, who's the police chief, worst police chief in the history of the state. I think that's something that you can prove, that it was. I just don't think there is, are they inept or are they covering something up?
Yeah.
It was too big. It was and I just think it was a complete cover-up.
Yeah.
And I just can't figure out why.
I don't know. And if there's a cover-up, again, is that criminal or is that just awful? We need to have sweep out some leadership in Gilbert. I mean, that's a separate issue. But these poor parents, the Lord family, obviously everything they've gone through, you can't even imagine the depth of how this is for them. And it's good they have great counsel that's doing this in a very responsible way, and we'll see how it ends up for them.
And I think they're making a statement.
Yeah.
These parents of the goons didn't watch their children, let them do whatever they wanted, or they knew what was going on. They knew what they were doing, and they just let them run rampant.
Right.
All right. Barry's in for Bruce. Coming up next, it's the push to 500,000 meals. We only have... this is the last full week of Outspoken Against Hunger as we team with St. Mary's Food Bank. We're trying to get 500,000 meals delivered.
Wow.
And I got to tell you, coming up next.
Can they bring one over here? I'm a little hungry.
I know, exactly. We're going to tell you about what it's like for a family to go to St. Mary's for the first time. All right? And then we're going to ask you to give. So get your wallet ready. All right? It's for a great cause. It's all coming up. Stick around. All right. Let's talk about Connecticut water. Very refreshing. Listen, I love my Connecticut. Best thing I've ever put in my house, hands down. I remember purchasing it almost 20 years ago. I remember being excited about purchasing it because when I was in the first home that I bought, my dishes and forks and utensils, none of it was getting clean. I had to run the dishwasher 5 times. It's disgusting. My glasses looked gross. And I'm like, I don't get this. As soon as I got a Connecticut, you run the dishwasher once, everything's perfect. I was cleaning out soap scum from the shower. It seemed like every weekend. As soon as I bought a Connecticut, all that went away. clean, perfect, soft water. Here's what I would do if I were you. Call Connecticut. They've been doing this in Arizona for 40 years. Ask them to come out to your house. They'll do it for free if you mention Gatos. They'll test your water. They'll check your pipes. They'll tell you about a Connecticut system. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR newsroom. It appears the state budget stalemate may be over. In a statement tonight, the Arizona Senate and House announced they've come to an agreement on a balanced 2025-26 budget that will go to the governor. Senate President Warren Peterson says he believes this bipartisan spending plan will be signed by Governor Hobbs. And he goes on to say bipartisan priorities are funded like K-12 schools, transportation, public safety, and protecting our small businesses. Once again, in a statement tonight coming from the state Senate, it appears a bipartisan budget deal has been agreed upon for the next fiscal year and will be sent to the governor's desk. For breaking news straight to your phone, just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Time for traffic now. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky and Lynn. Things are starting to look pretty good across the valley, except right now for Scottsdale. I'm looking at you, 101 northbound. There's an accident at Raintree. There's also an accident reported at the northbound 101 at Princess right there at Frank Lloyd Wright. So it's Scottsdale right now. You want to allow yourself a little extra time right now if you are headed that way. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Bruce and Gatos and Outspoken.
All right, Barry's in for Bruce today. Yeah, we're outspoken. We're outspoken against hunger in June. This is the last full week for you to give as we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank. We are getting close. We want to raise enough money for 500,000 meals. And earlier today, we asked Jerry Brown, the director of public relations at St. Mary's Food Bank, who is texting the word food to 620. And what are they saying? Take a listen.
Maybe I haven't had this problem in my life, but I know people who have. Or I grew up with this problem when we were kids. We had we needed some help from food banks. We needed help to get some meals. Or some of the people that have called and said, yeah, that was my family 2 or 3 years ago, and St. Mary's Food Bank helped. So thank you so much for everybody who's donated through all of this, and we really appreciate hearing your stories.
Yeah, outspoken against hunger, and so when you text the word food to 620, you can donate and leave a note, and that was what Jerry was talking about. There was somebody yesterday who, donated and said, I'm donating because my kids are fed. There was someone else who donated and said, I'm donating because I was one of those kids who weren't lucky enough to have a meal or three squares a day. Hey, Jerry, talk about the first time families that come to St. Mary's Food Bank. What is that like for them?
Yeah, every story is different, but I'll try to meld it into one typical. And, so many people, Gatos, I don't know if you've ever been laid off from a job in your life. I have been laid off from a job in my life. I know what that feels like. I know that pit in the bottom of your stomach. I was like, how am I going to get this done? I've got people that are depending on me. How do I get this done? And people come in, and initially they're very reserved. They're very, how does this work? Is this really for me? Do I qualify for these kinds of things? And you look at them and you say, hey, are you hungry? Do you need help? Are you having problems keeping the refrigerator full at home? And that's usually when the emotions come out. And you say, yeah, that's what we're here for. That's exactly what we're here for. And then you become a bartender, and they tell you everything that's happened from the beginning to the end, because they know that there's going to be some help for them, and they want you to know, hey, we've had a medical problem involving one of our kids. We've had, something go wrong with a job. We've had some financial difficulty that we just didn't count on, and we just don't have enough to get through we're trying to keep the lights on. We're trying to keep ourselves in our house. We're trying to keep gas in the car so that we can keep looking for a new job.
Yeah.
But we need some help with food. And that's what St. Mary's Food Bank is all about. And to see those people, I can't tell you how many they have short time, 2 to 3 months, 3-4 months, they need some help. I can't tell you how many people have walked into our lobby or picked up the phone 6 months ago and said, hey, you don't know me, but I needed your help last spring, and you really came through for my family. And I want to send you, I don't have a lot. I want to send you $50. I want to send you $100. I want to give you this check for $100. And I want to make sure that you're here for the next family because you were here for us.
Yeah,
and that's what you see. That's what you see on a daily basis. The great stories that we have are maybe once every couple of months, but that is a daily occurrence at the food bank.
Yeah, and that's the part that really affects me more than anything. Jerry Brown with us from St. Mary's Food Bank. Everybody thinks, people don't have enough food to eat. They think of homeless people or they think of, folks we see on the street. But that's really so many of these people are our friends and our neighbors who are living paycheck to paycheck. And suddenly something happens. Their car breaks down and they can't afford to get it. Or then that means they lose their job. Or they have a medical issue or the medical bills rack up and suddenly they can't pay rent. And all of a sudden the food becomes, they just need help for a short amount of time. And that's so many of us. It may not be us today. It may not be tomorrow. But there's us. It's our neighbors. It's our friends. It's our family. And we as a community need to step up and do it. And Jerry, it amazes me. You always say you guys were doing 250 now, 300,000 meals a day.
Oh.
I mean, think about that how many people are in the valley who are being affected by this every single day. You've talked about just in the summertime the amount of water that you're helping people with, getting the water out to everybody in the summer. And also in the summer, I know the big thing is the kids, because a lot of kids get their meals, their breakfast and lunch. It's at school. They're getting a meal or two at school, and now they're not. And it's the St. Mary's Food Bank that's helping those families, helping those kids make sure they're eating.
And our two main locations today, we had close to 2,000 families.
Wow.
I mean, that were in cars, they're standing in line. It's 105 degrees outside. People say, hey, maybe some of these people don't need all the food. Maybe they're just there to get a free. Hey, look, I'll tell you what. If you want to wait in a car for 25 minutes with the air conditioning running for a box of food, I don't think you're getting over on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that if you're standing in line and it's 105 degrees and you have to wait 25 minutes to get that grocery cart with some food so that you can get that, you need that food.
Yeah.
And that's what people are doing on a daily basis at the food bank. And you're right. There's so many, we're a safety net, Barry. We do help the folks who are homeless. We do help the folks that are in the street. We work with a lot of organizations and provide them the food. And they're the organizations that are the boots on the ground that help those people. But it is that, hey, there's 4 weeks in a year. I've got it for 3 weeks, but the refrigerator's empty for that fourth week. What do I do? And St. Mary's is that gap. We help build that bridge. We help you keep going so that you can keep everything else going in your life. And we'll take care of the food part of it for you for as long as you need it. And what we find is as soon as people don't need it, they stop using our services.
All right, that's the voice of Jerry Brown, the Director of Public Relations at St. Mary's Food Bank. Folks, we are outspoken against hunger. This is the last full week that we're going to be taking donations. And so I want you to think about that single mom who has a pit in her stomach because she knows she can't feed her kids. But she also knows that St. Mary's Food Bank is right here and that she can go and get a box of food for a week. And the pit in her stomach starts to subside. Yeah. That's where your donation is going. So we're going to ask 20 of you to text the word food to 620-620. It is the push towards 500,000 meals. I need 20 of you to text the word food to 620-620. And if you can give $100, boy, we're going to be right there. Give what you can, but are there 20 of you? Text the word food to 620-620.
Get involved now. Join it now. This is a good time. Give $100. Give what you can.
A lot of people. Let me read one because you can also leave a message, Some of these messages, man, are incredible. How about this one? Sharon gave $25, left a message. I received food from St. Mary's when I was in need, having my 5 grandchildren placed in my custody. I am grateful. Wow. This is where your donation goes.
Yeah.
And it's the last full week.
Help our
20 people.
Help our
right?
neighbors.
Yeah. Text the word food to 620, 620. All right. We've got some breaking news on the Arizona budget. Barry, I'm glad you're here. He's been on the phone for the last couple of minutes. I want to hear what you've got. He's got some scoop.
Yep.
We're going to talk about, has it passed? Is it going to sign? We were ready to go. And
are we shutting down the government? Deadline's on Monday.
It's all coming up next.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
At Aria Dental Implant Center, they do tremendous work. And I'll tell you, I've talked to so many people who become patients at Aria. And what they always tell me is 2 things. Number 1, my life has changed for the better. Number 2, why didn't I do this earlier? Why did I not do this earlier? You're going to go to Aria because you have broken or missing teeth. Maybe it's a family member that has broken or missing teeth or painful teeth. Tell them about Aria Dental Implant Center. A lot of people worry about the price. I totally understand. I get it. You have to worry about the price, except if you go to Aria. Aria is a local company. They are locally owned. They pass their savings to you, their patients. They'll save you thousands of dollars compared to all these corporate dental implant centers that you hear about. Aria is local, and you're going to get the best deal. They have transparent pricing. You can go to one of those big, huge corporate dental implant centers, get the price, and then go to Aria and find out how you can save $21,000. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Bear down for U of A night at Chase Field on July 22nd. This special event ticket pack includes a lower level ticket and a co-branded U of A cap. Visit dbacks.com/U of A.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers.
And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6:30. I'm Becky Lynn, and new tonight, it appears the state budget stalemate may be coming to an end. In a statement tonight, the Arizona Senate and House announced they've come to an agreement on a balanced 2025-26 budget. Senate President Warren Peterson says he believes this bipartisan spending plan will be signed by Governor Hobbs. However, it does still need to be voted on in the House. The Pentagon releasing new details on the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. The Defense Department says it's been studying a possible strike on Iran for 15 years, and the 30,000-pound bombs exploded as planned. Now, this comes as President Trump pushes back on a leaked intelligence report that says Iran's program was set back a few months, while the president insists it was obliterated. ABC's Rachel Scott has more from Washington.
The early intelligence report indicated Iran removed much of its stash of near weapons-grade uranium before the strike. The president insisting that's not true, posting nothing was taken out of facility, would take too long, too dangerous, and very heavy and hard to move.
AAA Arizona says the recent conflict in the Middle East is not impacting gas prices. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
It's only averaging about $3.26 across the state. And yeah, that's the cheapest it's been in the last 4 years.
That's Julian Paredes with the Auto Club, who says Arizona's statewide gas prices continue to stay lower than normal, with the price of oil cheaper now than in the last few years. He adds the brief conflict between the U.S. and Iran ultimately did not move the needle.
But it's also the oil industry it's a global industry. It actually takes a pretty long time to react to whatever's happening. And maybe that Iran conflict just came and went so quickly that the net effect was actually pretty low for gas.
And 1 week before the 4th of July, Arizona is above the national gas price average of $3.22, and Phoenix to average is closer to $3.35. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Turning to sports tonight, Phoenix Suns kicked off the second day of the NBA draft by selecting forward Rasheer Fleming from St. Joseph's. A day off for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're going to open up a weekend series tomorrow night at Chase Field against the Miami Marlins. And the Phoenix Mercury back in action tomorrow night when they host the New York Liberty. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on traffic right now, Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Good news for drivers in Scottsdale. The 101 is open again. It was briefly closed. There was a wreck about 15-20 minutes ago, and crews had to clean up after that wreck. But traffic is once again moving at northbound 101 at Raintree. The wreck was at Raintree, but the backup still exists all the way down to Cactus. But again, that is reopened, so it's not going to take long for this to finally break up. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 o'clock right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Our overnight low right around 79 degrees and then up to 109 tomorrow and 110 on Saturday. Some heat for sure over the weekend. Excessive heat as we get up to 113, 114. But mid-next week through our holiday, we're going to be back in the low 100s. Right now it's 99 in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. Friday on Arizona's Morning News, we'll ask political analyst Chuck Todd how Arizona can have two Democratic U.S. senators from the same party and state who react so differently to President Trump.
All right. Hey, thanks to Jim and LaDonna for having me on the show earlier this morning. We were talking about our campaign, Outspoken Against Hunger, as we partner with St. Mary's Food Bank. They were great. We need 5 more people this hour. Barry, in for a Bruce. We need 5 more people.
5 more.
To text the word food to 620 and give $100.
Yes.
We're on the push.
Get in there.
To 500,000 meals. This is the last full week that you can donate. So, text the word food to 620. All right, Barry, the breaking news on the budget. We were talking about it in the war room yesterday. So what is the breaking news? Is it done? Do we have a deal? And will we have a government that's actually working next week?
Yeah, we're coming up on the deadline. By law, the budget has to be in and passed by June 30th. Otherwise, the government shuts down on July 1st. So, important to remember that the very basic history of this is normally the Senate and the House, especially because it's been Republican-led for so long, they work together kind of themselves to come up with a proposal, and then they go to the governor together and negotiate with the governor, and they come up with a budget proposal that because we have a Democratic governor now, where it'll get passed in the House, passed in the Senate, and signed by the governor.
Okay.
This year, for whatever reason, Steve Montenegro, the Speaker of the House, and a few MAGA folks in the House decided they weren't going to negotiate with the Senate. They weren't going to negotiate with the governor. They passed their own bill with just on their own. They said, "Here's our bill. It's our wonderful Republican House bill."
Was it a beautiful bill?
No, it was frankly, and I'll be upfront with you, it was stupid. It was a bill that the governor was never going to sign.
They knew that.
It's a show. You're just putting on a show. It's silliness. So you get a bunch of stuff in there that you think is going to make you popular with your own people. It's crazy. So they pass it. It doesn't go anywhere. The Senate calls the House and says, the Senate President, Warren Peterson, and I've been talking to people over there. It's like, hey, let's talk. No, we're not going to come. 2 months. So the Senate says, well, we got to pass a budget. So they're the adults in the room. They work on it. They call people in the House and get comments and get contributions. They do what the House wants in many cases, and they sit down with the governor. They get a budget that passes the Senate. Bipartisan. It gets votes, some votes from the Democrats, and it's going to be signed by the governor. They send it over to the House. They've had conversations with the House, by the way. The House didn't care, but they were talking to the House people, the appropriations people. And then Steve Montenegro, the Speaker, says, not even going to put it up for a vote. Not going to do it. And they knew they had the votes to pass it in the House. Why is he doing that? You're asking me, Gatos. Why would the House do that? Because Jake Hoffman and Turning Point USA and these Freedom Caucus
Isn't he
people,
a fake elector?
He's an indicted fake elector. Yes. And I will tell you, they just it is my opinion, they just like creating chaos.
Yeah.
There's nothing good that comes of it. They're not looking to actually accomplish anything. They're acting like we don't have a governor who's a Democrat, and they're just creating chaos for no reason, and delay and cost and extra expense. And for some reason, Steve Montenegro thinks he can't do something if Jake Hoffman says don't do it. So it's absolutely ridiculous. So Montenegro comes in this week and says, nope, we're going to pass a skinny budget, a quick little continuation budget. And the governor says, don't bother, I'm going to veto it. So Montenegro says, we're doing it anyway. And the Senate, just trying to be good Republican, says, okay. They come back, they pass the silly continuation budget, knowing it's going to be vetoed. Hobbs vetoes it. Then the Senate,
why did the Senate do that?
Then because they don't want the Senate didn't want to be the thing that was holding it up. So they said they knew what was going to happen. They pass another silly Republican-only budget out of the House. The governor vetoes it. And now it's like, what are we going to do now? So here's the result. They actually finally, Montenegro, the Speaker, sits down with the Senate and the governor. They negotiate a new budget, Gatos, that looks almost exactly like the old budget. It's exactly the Senate budget. You know what's different?
What?
They added more spending. So the supposedly more conservative House is actually spending more money in this budget than what the Senate Republicans negotiated with the governor before. So the supposedly conservative Freedom Caucus people are actually causing the budget to be more spending, not less. That's what they did.
Yeah, but they go home and they say, we did our job, we postured, we held out, we made everybody get a headache.
That's so silly, though.
Of course it is.
It's immature and silly. And here's the thing. And those people who were yelling and screaming, the Republican, the MAGA people and the Freedom Caucus people, they're not signing on to this budget anyway, which makes it's so ridiculous to me. So instead of negotiating, they force everybody to go talk to the Democrats, and now to get Democratic votes, which costs more money. So that's what they did. So you talk about cutting off your nose to spite your own face. That's where we are. So we had adults in the Senate. Warren Peterson, the president of the Senate, he's a very, very conservative Republican leader, but who looks at things and says, I have a Democratic governor. I have to pass a budget. Let's get to work.
Okay.
You have a governor who's a Democrat, there's all sorts of stuff in this budget the governor doesn't like, but she's like, I don't control the state. I have to work with these people. She's an adult. She did what she had to do. And then you have the Speaker of the House, Steve Montenegro, and Jake Hoffman, who are
They're
not
children.
They're children. And they force the state to spend more money, waste time, run through this risk of, are we going to shut down the government? And what do they get out of it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Beautiful.
It's just immature silliness. So at the end of the day here, Gatos, they've come to an agreement. It's a bipartisan deal.
Right.
You're going to have Democratic votes in the House that are going to approve this. The Senate will come back in and approve it, and the governor will sign it.
All right. When will the governor sign it?
I assume they have to have it read it. So unless the governor comes in this weekend, it'll be Monday. But she might. The governor could do it Saturday. It's the House. The problem is it has to go through the House. It has to go through the process, vote on it. Then it has to go to the Senate. They can expedite it. It doesn't have to go through the Appropriations Committee. They can just take it right to the floor. So it all could happen. It could be happening right now, for all I know. But my guess is it'll either happen. Well, it might just happen all tomorrow. They could probably get it all done tomorrow.
I'd like to see it happen on this show because we have Governor Hobbs every 2 weeks.
Yeah,
she'll be on Tuesday at 5:30, and
there you go.
I know she's listening. Everybody listens. Just bring it in. I'd like to see I'd like to see it signed.
A signing ceremony.
Sure,
right
I'd
here.
like to see it.
That'd be awesome.
Has that ever happened in the 100+ years KTAR has been on the air?
Never happened.
We had a budget actually passed.
Never happened.
During the afternoon drive. I think it'd be fantastic.
I'm pretty sure there was a time when an Arizona governor was doing the morning show here. So even then, it didn't happen. So yeah, that would be a first. So bottom line. No state shutdown. We're going to be up and running. You can go to the Grand Canyon on July 4th. It'll be okay.
Gosh, right.
And everything worked out. But just remember, there's leaders, there's people who govern on the right and the left. But they talk, they say their stuff. But at the end of the day, some people sit down and get the job done. And then there's other people like Steve Montenegro and Jake Hoffman who are, like you said, Gatos, they're children. And they're not actually accomplishing anything. They're not doing anything of substance for you or their constituents. They're just making chaos and noise. And that's unfortunate.
Well, the news is good. Governor is going to get the budget. She's going to sign it, and then we can move on and continue business as usual.
That'll be very good. And it's a balanced budget. So it's not, there's no debt in this thing. And and by the way, there's a little more money for public safety, $92 million more for public safety, for raises for law enforcement officers and stuff like that. There's $119 million in new infrastructure stuff for transportation and stuff. There's for K-12, $281 million more going to K through 12 education. There's more $29 million going to higher education. And then there's also more money going to the border and for border security. So there's a lot here. There's a lot here for a lot of good people. By the way, about $200 million also going to Medicare and things like that, based on I think what the federal government may do in taking money out of Medicare.
All right, Becky Lynn will have more on this story. Plus, Arizona's Morning News will be on this early tomorrow morning. All right. 5 people, looking for 5 people who want to give to St. Mary's Food Bank. Text the word food to 620-620. We need $100 from 5 people to hit our 6 o'clock quota as we push towards 500,000 meals. 5 people, text the word food to 620-620. When we come back, we're building a train between Phoenix and Tucson. It's a stupid idea. Barry likes it. I'll tell him why he's wrong next.
It's going on right now at Peoria Ford. It's Pat Hickey's unauthorized factory Ford tent sale. We'll leave it to Pat to break the rules, right? Right now at Peoria Ford, they're doing better than employee pricing. That's right. Over 1,000 new and used vehicles to choose from, and you can even delay your payments up to a full year. 0% financing available on all models. And you got a trade? How about up to 125% of the Blue Book value? That's right. They've got rebates on all of the models out there. You looking for a Bronco? They got it. How about a Super Duty truck? No problem. And Peoria Ford is the largest Raptor dealer in Arizona. What are you waiting for? It's easy to get to from anywhere in the valley, just west of the 101 on Bell Road. Heck, they'll even come to you if that's what you want. Details at PeoriaFord.com. That's PeoriaFord.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker Parker & Sons.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:45, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. New tonight, it appears the state budget stalemate may be over. In a statement tonight, the Arizona Senate and House announced they've come to an agreement on a balanced 2025-26 budget. That Senate President Warren Peterson says he's sure Governor Hobbs will sign after the House takes a formal vote tomorrow. Peterson goes on to say bipartisan priorities are funded like K-12 schools, transportation, public safety, and protecting our small businesses. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Wi-Fi. Let's check traffic now and get you on home tonight with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Well, now that wreck cleared from Raintree and the 101 northbound, there's still one last thing that needs to be cleared there. I'm talking about 101 and Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard. There was just a car fire there, so that is still a little bit slow, in addition to the original backup that was happening on the 101 northbound Pima Freeway from the earlier wreck on Raintree. So that should be clearing now. It's at least in the final clearing stages for your ride home. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Ugh, I gotta get business cards printed for my entire staff, but where do I even?
That was easy.
Oh, okay, Staples. But can I have bigger stuff printed too, like huge signs and banners?
That was easy.
Nice. And what if I had to ship a package?
That was easy.
Have my passport photo taken?
That was easy.
Coffee and snacks?
That was easy.
What about the latest laptops?
That was
Earbuds
easy.
and headphones?
That was
Office
easy.
chairs?
That was easy.
I think I also need to get some Staples.
Seriously?
I had to ask.
For everything your business needs to get the job done.
Staples. That was easy.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets that are, we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's check it out at KTAR.com. Here's the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. Barry's in for Bruce. So, the U.S. bombed 3 Iranian nuclear sites. I believe these sites have been A, obliterated, B, severely damaged but not totally destroyed. C, damaged but likely setting the program back by only a few months. Or D, nobody knows. Because I don't know what to think.
Well, we keep hearing different things.
I know.
So first Trump said it was obliterated.
Right. CNN is telling me something different.
Then CNN's telling you what the defense intelligence report said.
Okay.
They're reading the report to you, and then that says it looks like it was set back 3 to 6 months, and it wasn't obliterated. But frankly, they're not in there yet either. Now you're getting other people saying there's more damage.
What are the Israelis saying?
One group that Trump said one group in the Israelis are saying it was very badly damaged, but then other Israeli reports I've seen have said they don't think it was as obliterated and they don't think it was damaged yet. So bottom line is they need to get some people on the ground. Yeah. They need to go look at it, get eyes on it, and they'll figure it out. It's underground. You can't see it from the satellite, so it's impossible to tell.
The number one answer, 49%. Obliterated.
Well, I certainly hope that's the case.
I hope it's the case too.
That would be the best.
All right. So we're building a choo-choo train.
I love it.
That's going to go from Phoenix to Tucson.
Fantastic.
Why?
160 miles.
Why?
I'll tell you, Gatos. I was in Italy a couple years ago. The first time I've ever been in Europe.
Okay.
And we took we were in northern Italy. We went down to Florence, and we took the train. And then we later took a train from Florence to Rome. Unbelievably positive experience. You go into this train station, it's just kind of wide open, no major security, no all this crazy stuff. You walk right up to the platform where the train is. The train pulls up. You get on the train. A few minutes later, boom, a high-speed train on its way through the countryside. Couldn't be more comfortable. Nice, big, comfortable seats. You're sitting there. There's a little table in front of you. You can pull your computer out. You can look at whatever you want to do. It was you get there, you get out, you're on the platform. You're from the train to out in the street, 3 minutes. So fast. It was fantastic. If that's available, I mean, I used to go down to Tucson for work. Mm-hmm. If that was available, I would take that train every time.
I think you're missing the point.
What's the point?
I want to keep people from Tucson out of Phoenix.
Well, that's true.
And if people from Tucson come to Phoenix on the train, they ain't getting on that train to go back to Tucson.
Oh, people down there love Tucson.
I don't think so.
They're not well, but it's okay. We love them anyway.
I think they feel like they have to be there, and there's nowhere else to go.
I'm telling you, though.
I think this choo-choo train is a one-way train. I think people from Tucson get on it. They come down to Phoenix. Or is it up to Phoenix? I don't remember.
Up to Phoenix.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And then they stay here. Because if you're in Phoenix, you're not going to go to Tucson. It may be a day trip, and you don't want to spend the night over there.
My son went to U of A. You know what I told him when I dropped him off the first time? I said, you are not living here after school, so don't plan on that. He's laughing.
Both of our kids went to U of A, and both of our kids enjoyed it. It is a great school. I got no problem with it. But that. That's a pit.
My joke used to be when someone said something like that, I'm like, if you want to go into fast food management, it is absolutely the best school for you. But now my son has a degree from there, so I can't say that anymore.
Yeah.
And he didn't stay. He did come back.
He did come back. You know what's funny? After he graduated, he still had his apartment for a few more months, and he wanted to stay. And he kept saying, I like you down here. I have friends here. And I'm like, I finally looked at him. I'm like, what are you doing? All your friends up here, you're going to get. And he's like, you're right. And he came up, and within like 4 days, he's like, Dad, you were totally right. I don't know what I was thinking. So
because I think the campus is terrific.
It's beautiful on campus.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Right. And I think if you're a kid and you go there, it's a great school.
Yeah.
But
you got a great
after
degree.
that, you've got to get smart and leave.
It's just a smaller town, a smaller city, and the opportunities are less down there. It's difficult. The thing that frustrates me more about Tucson, if we're going to go on a Tucson bashing thing, is the streets, the traffic. It makes no sense to me. The lights aren't coordinated. There's potholes everywhere. There's no freeways.
It's a pit.
It's awful. It takes forever.
So you're saying they could use some traffic engineers in Tucson?
They definitely could.
There's a job category right there they could fill.
If they have the money to pay them, that'd be great.
Well, I'll tell you, we all know this. The drive there is very straight and very boring.
That's true.
And you're like...
But on the train, it'll be beautiful.
Can't there be a turn to keep me awake or something like that? Because it's just one straight line.
That is true.
It's the most boring ride I've ever been on.
And very fast. That's the fastest speed limit.
Let's get a train. We go train from Tucson, train to Vegas, train to LA.
Do the train from Phoenix to Vegas. Forget about Tucson. All right. All right. Text the word food to 620-620. We're asking for donations. St. Mary's Food Bank. Tomorrow's the last Friday that we get to do this. All right, our buddy Chad Benson, my super best friend, is coming up next.
Yeah.
Hey, Barry, thanks for chilling out today.
Thanks,
in for Bruce. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, you're lucky to have me.
monsoon could get going at any time. The monsoon can generate super-powered thunderstorms with high winds, lightning, damaging hail, flooded roads, and other dangerous conditions.
We can squeeze out quite a bit of rain because we have almost essentially a tropical atmosphere.
Stay alert and stay informed by Arizona's largest radio news team, covering the monsoon all across the valley.
Thunder, lightning, hail, all of these things possible as the monsoons descend on the valley.
KTAR News, Storm Central on 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
It's Gatos, and you have bad windows. Those bad windows are letting the heat come into your house. Call my friends at Advanced Window Products. 39 years of business. That's right. They've been open since 1986. I did the math myself. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company, and they're selling directly to you, the public.
Sales and installation, all in-house. No middleman markups. They build it, they install it, and they guarantee it for life. And a fantastic summer special. You must mention Gatos. I'll tell you about it. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Limited time, so get in on this. 480-764-2002. Summer special. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500